Yeah, if you uh, if you housekeeping issues to um, mind as we go through this very innovative training program for researchers and maybe researchers alike. So first of all, I think is to acknowledge in the presence of the key players in the design and organization of this research program or training program. With Dr. Famba, who is hosting us as well. We have Dr. Jarawaza, who is just coming to the house. The faculty dean is on other assignments. We also have Dr. Chari, who will join us if he's not already in the house. And then you have Dr. Mpucha. And later, of course, we'll be able to present Dr. Isaac Ajay Mensa from West Africa. Then you have Dr. Mpangwa, who will take part in these systems, as well as Dr. Mpofu from the Faculty of Science Education. So in a sense, this platform and training program is truly an inter-faculty platform. We will enrich it as we go. Perhaps each second installment will have greater diversity of disciplines impacting on the training. I will introduce to you in a couple of minutes the person who will give us the keynote statement from the video.
But put it by so much accepted.
Arrangements, and these are very important for everyone to follow. You must mute your microphone as you join the platform. I will say that again. Mute your microphone as you join the platform. It's very important because the echo will disrupt everyone else. You will only be able to unmute your microphone when you have been given the floor to say something. And that generally is the presenter indicating to the host that obviously you want to say something. Secondly, please don't allow your video image to come through. It helps you save on precious bandwidth, as well as it might play as a distraction. So no video, but at the end of the session, it may just be good to say, okay, who is here? And we can take a roll call and everyone can show their face at the end of that block of training or lecture. And it's also useful to have a group photo. We take group photos as we finish that section. And then at the bottom of the screen, there are signals there, hand signals that you can use to show that you want to say something, or the thumb signal to show that if the tutor or the lecturer asks you to show whether you agree with what they're saying, you can show that by using those hand signals at the bottom of your screen. And then finally, there's a chat channel. So as the lecture going on, you may have particular anxieties that you want to communicate. Either the lecturer is going too fast for you, or you think that they are not speaking too clearly for you. You can use the chat line at the bottom there, and then it can be targeted so that the host can pick up that thread and advise the lecturer who is presenting. Otherwise, if it's a general comment like a feedback comment, and you want everyone, then obviously you do indicate that it's for everyone's consumption. But let's obviously this is an adult space, and let's keep our decorum and allow our experts to interact with us. And not to say that it's only this side that has expertise. Your side of the screen has experts as well. So this is a mature way of learning where we must mutually acknowledge each other's expertise as we go through this innovative program that's starting at the. So there are 6 blocks of learning, and each of the blocks is 10 hours. Not that it will be continually 10 hours, the back of course, as we go through. But I think as we start out, this is also the learning curve for everyone. Having said that, I must now ask the dean, in the person of Dr. Famba, to please present the keynote statement at the start of this very important training program. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Famba.
Thank you, Dr. Dokora. So today, we were supposed to get an address from the executive dean. Unfortunately, the executive dean is committed somewhere, and I would like to, on his behalf, present his statement, which he has given to me. So allow me to read the statement from the executive dean as it is. So good afternoon, esteemed students, faculty members, and distinguished guests here present. I come before you today as the Executive Dean of Commerce at Bindura University of Science Education with great pleasure and excitement to inaugurate the launch of our brand new academic and scientific research course program. As we embark on this journey together, I feel honored to witness the gathering of such bright minds that are eager to delve into the realm of knowledge and exploration. Today, we mark a significant milestone in the evolution of our institution. This launch signifies our unwavering commitment to fostering an environment of educational excellence, creativity, and innovation. Our university has always aimed to equip students with the necessary skills to become future leaders, and this research program takes us one step further in achieving that goal. With the doors of this academic and scientific research course program wide open, we invite you to embrace the opportunities that lie ahead. This program is designed to transform you into critical thinkers and problem solvers, empowering you to contribute towards the improvement of our society through groundbreaking research. Undoubtedly, research forms the cornerstone of human progress and development. Through careful observation, rigorous analysis, and relentless pursuit of knowledge, researchers have unraveled the mysteries of the universe, cured disease, and revolutionized industries. Today, I call upon each and every one of you to unleash your potential and embrace the power of research to shape a brighter future for all. In this program, you will have the chance to investigate cutting-edge concepts, explore untapped areas of knowledge, and challenge your own assumptions. Our dedicated faculty, renowned experts in their respective fields, will guide you through this captivating journey, ensuring that you receive the guidance and mentorship you need to thrive. Moreover, this program is not limited to the walls of academia. It is an invitation to engage with the world, to collaborate with industry leaders, and to be at the forefront of innovation. Your research has the potential to bridge the gap between theory and practice, to address real-world challenges, and to leave an indelible mark on society. And as we, as your mentors and guides, will be right there with you, supporting your endeavors every step of the way. I encourage you to embrace this opportunity to network, to collaborate, and to learn from your peers. As you engage in lively discussions, exchange ideas, and challenge each other's perspectives, you will broaden your horizons and develop the skills necessary to excel in research, academia, and beyond. Before I conclude, my dear students, I want to remind you of the limitless potential that resides within you. You have been carefully included in this program, and that means we believe that after investigating your history and your experience, then your talent, your dedication, and your ability to make the difference, we believe in you. As you embark on this journey, remember that research is not limited to laboratories or libraries alone. It is a mindset, a way of thinking that will shape your understanding of the world and ultimately your contribution to it. Today marks the beginning of a remarkable chapter in your academic journey. Embrace this academic and scientific research course program with passion, persistence, and curiosity. The path ahead may be challenging, but I'm confident that with your determination and the unwavering support of our university, you will achieve greatness. Thank you for being here today and for entrusting us with your aspirations and dreams. Together, let us embark on this exciting venture, blazing with new trails of discovery and making significant strides towards a better tomorrow. Congratulations and best wishes on the launch of this academic and scientific research program. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Dr. Dokora.
Statement from the dean. I think we are now set to proceed in the next segment. We have the initial presenter, Dr. Gararaza. I think he's in the house. Dr. Gararaza, an academic in the University of Science Education, who will take us through the introduction to research writing. And without much ado, I want to invite Dr. Gararaza to please take the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Dokora. I want to take this opportunity to observe all protocols and start by talking about the overview of research writing. I hope people are hearing me.
We can hear you very clear.
Oh, thank you so much. I would like us to take a practical approach to this part where we will be talking about understanding the research process, steps involved in research writing. I'm going to present to you what I feel are important aspects when someone has decided to do some research, but you don't have even a topic. You might not even know where to start from. And so you just want to get into the journey that you really don't know what to do. So, but at the end, we should be able to all come up with at least a research topic, because the first segment ends with research topic formulation. So my starting point, I am going to share screen so that I go through some basic slides. As I go through the slides, you are free to indicate if you want to add anything, or you have got some question relating to an aspect on that particular slide. We are going to be trying to establish a general approach to doing research, assuming that you might not have done this before. But if you already have some background, that is an advantage. But usually, if you want to be very clear, you take the lowest point where we say someone doesn't know what is required. So I'm going to share screen. I hope
Hello, Doc.
yes,
I've made you co-host. I've made you co-host.
I'm sharing screen.
Okay.
Okay. That's all right. We're beginning to see something. Yeah.
Okay. So that is our first part, ladies and gentlemen, research topic formulation. And the first part that we want to talk about here is sources of a research topic. People are very much aware that a research topic is supposed to solve a problem that is existing in industry, in commerce, in communities where we live, in academia, or any way that our research is focused on. So we want to first of all discuss where someone can get a research topic for you to study. The first source of a research topic are interviews. These are interview sessions which can be significant sources of research problems. The method gives you an opportunity to have formal discussions and informal interactions with individuals who can provide useful insights into research and make findings more relevant to future research. Consider having discussions with experts in the field you wish to investigate. These professionals might be, we can talk of healthcare service providers, business leaders, industry captains, teachers, social workers, attorneys, accountants, etc., etc. By interacting with these experts, you are able to identify real-world problems that researchers have either ignored or they have been understudied in the academic space. You also have an opportunity through interviews with people who are on the ground to come up with action research, which actually is meant to resolve existing problems that will be encountered. Moreover, interview sessions give you the opportunity to get some practical knowledge that can help you in research design and in conducting your studies. So this becomes a very important source of a research topic. The next source are personal experiences. Your everyday experiences are a good source of research problem. You have to think critically about your personal experiences with an issue that affects probably your family, your personal life, your community, your business, and so forth. A research problem derived from personal experience can spring from any issue and from anywhere. As you go on with the ordinary business of life, you encounter researchable topics from your own personal experiences. For example, you can construct a research problem from events that appear to be out of the ordinary or from community relationships that don't have clear explanations. Some things that you feel you need to dwell further and find solutions to a particular problem which you have encountered. That can be a source of a research topic. The third source of a research topic are deductions from theory. A deduction from theory refers to inferences a researcher makes from the generalizations of life in a society that the researcher knows very well. The researcher takes the deduction, places them in an empirical frame, and then based on theory, they come up with a research problem and a hypothesis that suggests some findings based on given empirical results. In other words, the theory is claiming that A relates to B or this causes that. You want to establish whether what is being discussed in the theory applies, for example, in a given context, or you are going to actually use that theory and then add some additional construct of interest. So that becomes an interesting way of coming up with a research topic. The research accounts for the relationships to observe if a theory summarizes the state of an affair. So you're going to do a systematic investigation which evaluates if the empirical information affirms or rejects the theory that is in question. So you come up with hypotheses and automatically you have got a research topic which is arising from theory. The fourth one is very much involving interdisciplinary perspective. If you consider interdisciplinary perspective to identify a problem for a research study, you have to look at scholarships and academic movements from outside your main area of investigation. We usually have problems with specialization. People just want to confine their studies to their areas or their domains. But you find that there are a lot of interesting studies which can actually arise from interdisciplinary perspective. Yes, you might be an expert in healthcare, or you are into social sciences, or you are into business. But where these elements interlink, you will find that there are quite a lot of interesting topics that can be studied. So a social science perspective, for example, would be quite refreshing if we take it into health sciences, where basically most of the studies are lab-based, or they are experimental, so to speak. But if we bring in the social science dimension, then we come up with interesting research topics which are interdisciplinary. This is actually an intellectual process where you need to review pertinent literature to discover unique avenues of exploration and analysis, which are not basically confined to one particular area. The benefit of using this approach to identify a research problem for your research paper is that it presents an opportunity for you to understand complex issues with ease. And let me tell you from experience that again, the research gap is so glaring. It's very easy for you to convince journal editors that there is a research gap where you are using interdisciplinary perspective, because most of the things that you would be focused on might not have been explored given the eclectic structure of the interdisciplinary topic which you would have come up with. That brings in a lot of interesting topics. Then the fifth is the interesting source, which is the relevant literature. Relevant literature. To generate a research problem from relevant literature, you first have to review research related to your area of interest. This involves a lot of reading. Doing so allows you to find gaps on the topic, making it easy for you to understand just how much studied your area of interest is. Data collected from relevant literature is very important because it helps, one, to fill existing gaps in knowledge based on a specific research. To determine if current studies can have implications on further research on the same issue. 3, see if it's possible to conduct a similar study in a different area or apply the same in a different area. 4, determine if the methods used in previous studies can be effective in solving future problems. We can't stress enough on the value of existing literature. The results should point you towards an outstanding issue, give suggestions for future gaps, and make it possible to delineate gaps in existing knowledge. So this, usually when you read an article, a journal article, there's a section which can be titled Areas for Further Study, Agenda for Future Research, Future Research Prospects. They express that section in various ways, but after you have read the journal article, you will also find that the authors and the researchers of an article also indicate to you the areas that needs further study. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to be very clear that you cannot be a good researcher if you are not reading around the area that you want to research on. You might think that you have got a brilliant idea, but that idea might have been investigated and the results are readily available. It is only appearing to be a problem to you because you are living in a world of your own, where you are not reading what has already been done by others. So you might spend a lot of time thinking that you have got a research topic when everything that you want to do has already been done. I remember being given this example that if you want to join a cocktail party where there is a discussion which is going on a particular issue, what you need to do first, before you join in the discourse or in the conversation which is taking place, is to listen to what those who have been in the party before you are talking about. What is it that has already been investigated, that is already existing in extant literature? What are the opinions? What are the empirical studies that have been done? What is the evidence? What are the arguments? What are the controversies that are being debated? So when you join, you are going to be coming in probably with a refreshing or a novel perspective to the discussion that is going on, such that you attract interest of the people who have already been in the conservation. So you are saying, have you ever considered that there is this and that? So they say, oh, wait, let us listen to the new entrant into this conservation is bringing in something exciting or interesting. But if you are going to repeat what has already been said, you know what, they always just say, that is something that has already been done, and therefore you are not bringing any value to the conservation. So when it comes to journal editors, they will simply do a desk rejection to your submission, because everything that you wanted to talk about has already been done. So that is very important. I just want to move on with the presentation of the slides, and then we get into the discussions and some activities. Let me go through all the sources here. So new research grows out of old. And I want you to always remember that. And in a letter to Robert Hooke in 1675, Isaac Newton made his most famous statement. If I have seen further, in some sources, they actually say, he said, if I've seen further than others, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. And this statement is oftenly used to symbolize scientific progress. And I'm using it here to emphasize to you that you cannot move science forward in terms of research if you do not stand on the shoulders of giants. But what does this statement really mean? We are referring to the importance of collective learning. The history of science is a history of our collective learning. Historians piece together different conservations to tell a story that crosses centuries and continents. And so, it is not wise for us to have you as a researcher taking us back to some earlier years when these issues that you want to study were done some years ago. You cannot be taking us back there. We want you to take us forward. So the element of collective learning comes from us understanding what has already been done before us, what has already been done in the previous month, in the previous day, so that we look beyond what has already been done to pushing humanity forward in terms of knowledge horizon. So Newton was explaining that his ideas didn't come from him alone. He relied on the ideas of those who came before him. When Newton used the word giant, he meant people who were giants in the scientific community. So, you know, we talk of social sciences, we talk of business sciences, and then the natural sciences. So in short, we're talking about wisdom or knowledge broadly. These were the people who before him made big contributions to our knowledge. Newton, even though he was a genius himself, knew that he couldn't have come up with his scientific breakthroughs on his own. And so, in the same vein, we cannot be making progress in terms of research unless if we utilize what has already been done by others. Therefore, I hope this is clear. Let me explain here how new research grows out of old. So you see the stump of the tree. These are historical studies, the foundation of the research area. Your research area, what is its foundation? That is what is represented here by the stump of the tree. And then now, major branches. This portrays the studies that started a new research direction out of the main domain. These are new research directions which have already been done by other researchers. And so, for you to be coming up with a valid research, you need to understand what is the foundation of the research area? What are the major branches that are arising from the main or the foundation of the research domain? And then you see up there now current research. What is the most recent research in this particular area? So this is what you are supposed to be very much aware of, so that you are going to have your research either introducing a major branching point or being an addition to an already existing branch, such that we have the tree of knowledge growing and your research contributing to the wisdom that will now be available in the world. So after you have come up with your topic, remember what I was trying to do here, I was trying to indicate to you how you can come up with a research topic. And we expect that you should be able to do that practically. You tell us where this particular research topic that you have is coming from. Is it coming from personal experiences? Is it coming from interactions with experts in the area? Is it coming from a literature review? Is this based on some deduction of theory? And so on. After you have come up with a research topic, you don't want to rush to say, I've got a valid research topic before you evaluate. So these are the elements that you want to use to really be very sure that what you have, one, effectiveness. Can I find an answer? Yes, I've identified a research problem. That's why I said here, evaluating the problem. You have got a research topic, and remember, a research topic is a short title of a research problem that you aim to delve into and provide evidence or solutions to that problem. So the first question you have is, can I find an answer? Right? The next is it significant? What is the importance? I oftenly ask students after they've come up with a topic, and then they tell me, can you help me with the significance of the study? I can't come up with something meaningful. Then I tell the student, that means you don't have a topic. If you don't know how to explain the need for that particular study or why it is important, then it's not a topic. And then originality. Has this been done previously? If it was already done, you don't have a topic. So we are saying, if you are saying, I can't find answers to this is impossible, then you don't have a topic. If you say this is study, I can't come up with the need for that research or importance. Even when people are applying for research grants, you know, the most important thing that reviewers and sponsors are interested in, how significant is this study? How will it transform lives, change operations, the way we view things? What is it that is going to be brought into existing wisdom? What is the significance of the study? Are you not just repeating what has been done? That's originality. And then feasibility, competency. Do you have the skill that is necessary for that particular study? Access to data. If your study is community-based, do you have access to that particular community? If your study is focused on businesses, do you have access to the business so that you can get the data? You also consider the cost implications, the time frame. You know, some studies can be longitudinal studies, which can take years. But how long will it take? If it takes more than your own lifestyle span, then it becomes difficult for you to say you've got a study because you are not going to conclude it. So you need to consider the time frame there. Then challenges, lack of cooperation, for example. In other words, I'm saying you need to evaluate your research topic in terms of the few elements that I've indicated here. I know you are going to add some more things there. But what is important is for us to now, generally, just by way of an introduction, I give you then a generic journal article structure. This is not a structure which is universal. Some journals may indicate different things, but I'm saying a generic journal article in terms of the basic structure. It will have an introduction. We'll get into these details after people have formulated topics. But just for us to have at least a starting point, there's an introduction. Remember, when it comes to journal article writing, introduction there includes basic introduction to the topic, literature review, research questions, purpose, hypothesis, basic outline of methodology, specific prediction of the study, which some people can say that's hypothesis. And then we go to methods and materials, participants, procedures, and then the results, discussions. Some journal articles may also have theoretical and practical implications, and then areas for further study. You can see that I've just put them under discussion there just for a start, because we are coming from different specializations. So this structure might differ from one domain to the other. But basically, just for purposes of introduction, this is the structure of a journal article. May I invite questions and comments before we move to the activity?
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Garaza. And Also, thank you for providing for this necessary pause before we move on. Can we get any takers? Any takers who wish to partake of this opportunity to interact with Dr. Jaraza on the presentation? Maybe if you want to use the same screen sharing, or it will be a different one, Dr. Jaraza.
Sorry?
Do you want to continue with the same screen sharing, or it's a different?
Yes, I wanted to ask now if there are no comments and questions, we want to involve the participants, the students, to at least now try to come up with a research topic.
Yeah.
I want them to try to come up with a research topic and just indicate where the research topic is coming from. Is it coming from some interviews that we've done, or discussions, or interactions with professionals, experts, workers in a particular area, or the topic is coming from, it is coming from personal experiences, so that at least if we can have a few participants posting some topics which we can see, and then I stop sharing.
That's excellent. Let's see whether
Okay.
we have takers on the screen.
So I'm stopping sharing here.
Any takers for this opportunity? Can I get an indication across there? And Dr. Pamba, you have live persons in Harare. They may have some intervention they wish to make.
Sure, Doc, we are actually discussing that, and I'll give feedback also here.
You can give someone in that that opportunity to make a comment.
I see there's a topic which has been posted here.
On the chat channel. Okay. Meta-analysis of malaria control and prevention strategies in South Africa.
Mm.
From Clement Command. Okay,
What is the source of the topic? Is it coming from personal experiences, interviews, literature review?
Nyamandi, you might want to make your intervention, and we are in the open space now. You can engage with the
Okay, it's there. So this one is said to be coming from literature review. Let's have other topics which might be coming from a different source other than a literature review, which we already have meta-analysis of malaria control and prevention strategies in Southern Africa. Mm-hmm.
beautiful one there, but intelligent. That's good.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's have another. Yes, I see the first one. Let's have another one. We can actually welcome some comments on the topics. If someone has something to add on the topic that has already been suggested, like if you have got something to say on meta-analysis of malaria control and invention and prevention strategies in Southern Africa. But I would have liked, can you move, can we have the other topics also coming on the screen?
Okay, Doc, let me capture them.
Okay.
Oh, I'm actually sharing, right? Let me stop sharing first.
I ask Elder Chana to please switch off the video channel.
Right. Remember, we are going to revisit these topics after we've done some additional elements in developing our research topics. But for now, we are interested in seeing the topics, exploring the impact of artificial intelligence on the sustainability of small to medium enterprises. Yeah. Yeah, these are. What is the source of this topic?
Good afternoon. The source of this topic, I might say, it is coming from different sources. And the first one is from interdisciplinary perspective. I'm saying this because we have artificial intelligence there. This is something which is coming from the Department of, it's something to do with IT. Then we now have the small to medium enterprises. This is now business, and artificial intelligence, something which is to do with the engineering and so forth. This is now the small to medium enterprises. So I can say it is coming from interdisciplinary perspective. At the same time, it's from personal experiences. I am someone working for a small to medium enterprise. So this is something which I'm experiencing in terms of now you see the importance of artificial intelligence in businesses and in customer experiences, like the chat GPT. You can say it's influencing how the business is being done today in small to medium enterprises. So personal experiences contribute, and also I can say literature. Also, literature contributes from as the source of this topic, because as I was exploring the literature, I found out that most researchers, they were looking into artificial intelligence on big companies, and some were looking on the continent as a whole. Some were looking on at national level, like Zimbabwe. So they were not looking into the small businesses. It seems like they were ignoring the small to medium enterprises on their researches. So I can say these are the sources of this topic.
Oh, thank you so much. Right, so if we can do it like what Tafadwa has done, it will be more interesting, so that at least you explain to us. If we can have Patrick talking about the impact of logistics management practices on supply chain performance. Who is next? It seems Patrick is not there. the importance of child,
Oh,
what?
Right. Oh, yeah. Come. Sorry. I
Okay,
didn't know you were
okay.
here. Hello, Doc. Sorry, he's actually in here. So he's coming.
Okay, yes, we want to know the source of that topic.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, Patrick.
Yes, thank you. I have read a lot of documents, especially pertaining to logistic functions, mainly inventory management, information flow, inventory money, warehousing, and transport. And there's been a research kept on those areas, especially in the manufacturing sector. I found out that most organizations are mainly concerned with in outbound logistics. Most of the time, their concentration of on those logistic function is the outbound logistics. So from reading some of those materials, I found out that logistics management function, mainly those 4 key functions, have been left out on their impact on how an organization can improve its logistic performance. Thank you.
Okay. So basically, this is coming from relevant literature.
Yes, that's what he's saying.
Okay. Then with the next Fitzgerald, the importance of child, I can't read the other part. Can you move the topic so that we can see the topics that are down there?
Are you referring to the importance of child welfare to development in Zimbabwe? That's Gerald Alfandiga.
I wonder what topic that.
Gerald Alfandiga. He must be in the house. If you could comment on that, if the lecturer is asking for feedback.
Guys, check these topics. Some of the topics need to help you because when people present their topics, you see how topics are being structured. Some of them are actually good topics.
Yes.
Is he in? Is he in the house?
Okay.
Hello.
Yes. Tell us about that topic.
Okay, this is Fitzgerald George Alfandiga. So the topic reads importance of child welfare to development in Zimbabwe. Basically, it's based on personal experience, how I have lived my life, and I've come to discover that the reason why development in Zimbabwe hasn't been developed much is because of lack of importance being produced to the youth and the children. A professor by the name Budillion, this one is also relating to relevant literature, explained about the issue of child labor, how child labor has come to affect children to take part in issues such as education, to advance their careers. So child labor is posing a threat to child welfare. So if we improve child welfare, it's something that is to do to promote development in Zimbabwe. So basically, it's personal experience and relevant literature.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other topic before because we are just taking the topics as they are. We will need to revisit those and see whether they've been structured properly or not. But meanwhile, we just want to know the source. Want to move step by step. Another topic? Okay, let's.
So, Doc, those are some of the topics.
Oh, yes. We had not talked about exploring the impact is it good to include words such as exploring? Okay, oh, this is a comment. Okay, right, that's where we are going. We want to, after discussing the various topics now, we now want to agree on how do you come up with a topic. I think that is where this chart is taking us to, saying exploring the impact. Is it good to include words such as exploring, examining, investigating? There, but then we just want to talk about the topics first and then move to that discussion. There's another topic here, analysis of the impacts of the internal controls on the efficiency of the organization's operations in the manufacturing industry in Zimbabwe. Who is the author? Can you tell us what is the source of the topic? Okay, there's no one. Impact of e-procurement systems on supply chain efficiencies. Then there's another one, assessing the importance of having child play centers. It has gone away. Impact of e-procurement systems on supply chain efficiencies. So who can tell us at least the source of either the e-procurement topic or the internal controls, the authors for this? What is the source?
Thank you, Doc. I will talk about impact of e-procurement systems on supply chain efficiencies. I will add to say to organizational performance in the sugar industry in Zimbabwe.
Okay.
The source is mainly personal experience and also literature review.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Any other? I can't see some of the topics. If you have posted a topic, can you just come in and tell us the topic and then the source, so that we move to the next step where we say, how do you shape the topic?
I've shared
Thank you.
next slide.
Hello?
There's
Yes.
Doc, we have
Okay. Thank you.
oh, okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Doc. My topic, my name is Farsai Machona. My topic is the importance of child play centers at community development project sites. The source of the topic is personal experiences and some literature reviews.
Okay, thank you. We have quite a lot here. Impact of climate financing on renewable energy transition in Southern Africa. Okay, the source is already given, it's literature review.
We have one on the impact of corruption.
Yes, yeah, let's have that one. Impact of corruption on access to healthcare by ordinary citizens in Zimbabwe. Potential sources, Ministry of Health, World Health Organization, hospitals. Our question here is, as the author, where did you get some insights on this topic?
Right. Good day, Doc. Thank you so much.
Okay.
First thing is I'm into healthcare sector. That's the first thing. So I've come across a lot of things in terms of accessing healthcare by ordinary citizens. So from experience and also from literature review, and there is the likes of Daddy Hope, they talk a lot about this issue. So that's where the interest came from.
Okay, okay. All right, thank you. All right, any other? We have evaluation of active TB screening versus passive screening with a focus on catastrophic cost interaction with the professionals.
Thank you, Doc. And good afternoon to everyone. I'm Biria Wanda Obet. I'm in the health sector, and our main focus is to diagnose and treat TB. So the topic is actually coming from my personal interviews with patients, those that are diagnosed with TB, especially with drug-resistant TB, how they are affected in terms of cost as they'll be trying to get treatment. And at the same time, it's also coming from the interaction with the professionals in the area. And as a personal experience, we once also had some family members who were affected by TB. So the focus will be mainly on the catastrophic cost. Does it change if someone is actively tested, or ways to visit the clinic or the hospital and to be told that they've got TB? Does it change when we look at the catastrophic cost that the patient will have to face, as well as the families of those that are getting treatment during the 6 to 24 months of intensive care?
Thank you. Okay,
Yes,
so
a lot.
if we,
No.
Can I just hold it there? Can I,
okay,
members in the house, please switch off your microphone unless you are contributing. We are hearing things in the background there. Thank you. Please go on, Dr.
thank you so
Doc.
much. Yes,
Hello, I want to say something about my topic, the importance of child play centers at community project sites. I'm a monitoring and evaluation officer. A lot of things have been happening during at the project sites. For instance, the community is engaging in a cooperative garden or a market garden. So the farmers will be busy with watering and doing all the chores that are expected in the garden. So as for the lactating mothers those mothers, we have some kids who are not yet ready to go to school. They will spend a lot of time trying to attend to their kids, and this will reduce their time for working in the garden. So this will reduce the production and productivity in the garden. So if we can have the play centers, the mothers will have a lot of time to work in the garden rather than be attending to their children. I submit.
oh, thank you. Any other topic which has been posted? I might have missed some of the topics on my screen, but you can just chip in.
Yes, Doc, thank you very much. There is a topic on impact of climate financing on renewable energy transition in Southern Africa.
Okay.
So, okay, my name is Kuzakwa Shesimbo. So on this issue, we are seeing that many nations are trying to transition from non-renewable energy to renewable energy usage, right? So we can see this even in Zimbabwe through the erection of lithium mines, which are producing lithium, which is being used in electrical vehicles in a bid to transition to renewable energy usage. So how then does climate finance help in our renewable energy transition processes? So we can say that this climate financing mainly involves flow of funds to all activities or projects that helps in climate change. And this can be fiscal or financial solutions that directly provide or mobilize resources for climate action, which include carbon taxes, removal of harmful subsidies, green public financial institutions, or even loans that are linked to sustainability. So this topic will greatly help in the controversy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere and help in the use of clean energy. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Who else? These are interesting topics. Yes.
I think I've captured all the topics, but in small words, I just copied all and put it on the screen.
Okay, thank you. So now,
there's one by Dr. Tawengwa, which says the importance of cold chain treatment on citrus for export. Then by Muchena, bridging Zimbabwe's rural to urban digital divide, the case for Matobo district.
Yeah.
Then,
We'll be interested in the source there.
okay.
Hello,
Uchenna,
Hello,
Uchenna,
Doc.
yes.
Yes, the source is twofold. The first one is the personal experiences, and then the second one is literature review.
Okay, thank you. Then is both you in? Is both you in?
Yes, means
Yes. What's the source for your topic?
it's personal interaction with the community and also personal experience.
Both were your
in the
both were?
citrus industry.
Okay, both were, I think your bandwidth is a bit weak.
Yeah, but you are saying interaction with the community.
Ah, okay. All right. Then we
Who
have
else?
Farisai Machona assessing the
Yes,
importance
say
of
I'm here.
assessing the importance of having child play centers at community project sites.
Yeah, that one has already been discussed.
Okay. Then Sevius
Okay.
Matisa, management and protection, promotion of intellectual property in developing countries. Sevius Matisa, come.
And personal experience since I'm directly in,
Sorry?
Number 7, mute. That's right.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
Right, my name is Sevius Matiza. The source of my topic is from personal experience and from the copyright laws. I'm employed by Zimbabwe Music Rights Association, which is a collective management organization for music as intellectual property. So my point here is all the products that we're using today are a result of innovations done by other people across the world. From the cars that we're driving, the phones that we're using, laptops, projectors that we're using, the food that we're consuming, various products like Coca-Cola, Chibataura, and so on. So in Zimbabwe, the copyright laws, the patent laws, trademark laws, and industrial designs laws. But as a developing countries, we're always importing these products from other countries due to the fact that as a country, we're not able to actually protect our own. So all the developing countries are at the end of the day importing all those products from other countries and losing substantial revenue in form of importation of such products. So we are not necessarily protecting our own innovations. That is the source of my topic.
Okay, thank you. I would have liked this one, the microfinance mediation effect.
Adelaide, where are you?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
What's the source of
the source of my topic is from personal experience I've encountered during my attachment process in different microfinances that I've been engaged into. So the mediation effect of internal auditing has been of great helpful in different microfinances. So henceforth, this I've managed to engage the source of my topic from microfinances.
Okay. Quite interesting. So we are done, right? Anyone who has been left out?
I think that's all I copied. I copied everything.
Oh, thank you very much for the brilliant topics. This one is coming in analysis of consumer behavior in mobile transactions.
Tobias.
Yes, let's just allow him to talk about the source.
Yes, afternoon, Doc.
Afternoon.
Yes, I got this one from Literature Review.
Like one of assessing the importance of having and assess the importance of having child play centers.
Okay.
Social worker. Pana totora kutanzi judiciary police and police of Zimbabwe.
There's another one, the impact of judiciary, police, and army in the politics of Zimbabwe. Okay, let's just take the last one so that we move to the next aspect.
Tandwa. Tandwa. Mutamande Muripiko.
Or the other one on corporate governance.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
I think I can speak for him slightly. He's in the army, so that's
okay.
Yes, so it should be from personal experiences.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Any other person before we move to the next? We would like to
someone who presented corporate governance.
Yes.
Who is in corporate governance? TM.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
So I didn't hear you. Can you please repeat your question?
Yes, what is the source of your interesting topic in assessment of the effect of corporate governance on gender diversity and firm performance in Zimbabwean state-owned?
Okay. Oh, okay. So it's my area of academic study.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the interesting topics. Now, how do you come up with a topic? We are no longer talking about the sources now. We are now talking about the wording. There was a question. Dr. Famba, can you go back to that question which was asking whether you can say explore or investigate? Right. So that is our step. That's where we are now. How do you come up with the title in terms of the wording? Excuse me, some people have to know.
Dr. Ravata, can you just pause?
basically elements that include on abstract. We'll talk about that. You write a cover letter to the editor. The editor reads that cover letter and just scrolls through the article to determine whether it is worthwhile to send it for review or it is rubbish, so that they just do what is called desk rejection. So in most cases, if the topic itself is not well structured, it will be rejected by the editor. It won't be sent out to reviewers. So how do you come up with a topic? The most practical approach is for you to write down the key constructs of the research problem. You want to write down the key constructs of the research problem. For example, if we are seeing, let me use the artificial intelligence topic. Artificial intelligence is a key construct. Sustainability is a key construct, small to medium enterprises. Then now you want to come up with a statement that connects the three key constructs which make up the topic. If I look at the first topic which was sent here, there's malaria control, there's prevention strategies in Southern Africa. Then you are supposed to come up with 3 or 4 options in terms of the topic, so that you view the topic in terms of an outsider who is not you as the author reading the topic and managing to be interested or to get some insights on what you are going to be talking about. So we should be able to excite readers by careful wordsmith in terms of coming up with a topic. Well, I know people have been seen that there was a traditional way of presenting topics where every topic has to be an investigation. That is not acceptable. Remember, you want to get the interest of readers, editors, reviewers. So your wording of the topic must be indicating the key constructs. It must be at least captivating, but not necessarily exaggerating what your topic is going to be focused on. And that means as you write, you may find that when you come up with a topic at the beginning, you might revisit it and change it as you realize that probably some constructs which you thought were topical and were supposed to be shouted on the topic, probably you have dropped them because of your literature review or because of the advice that you got from experts. So your topic can always be revisited as you go through, but we should be able to come up with interesting topics. Remember where we use the word, if we say exploring, the picture that we get when you say explore, it means this is basically a survey. But I know you're going to talk about research design and types of such designs later on. My colleagues are going to be talking about that. But we are saying you have to be, if you say the impact, then it indicates that your research is causal. So there are some key words which might actually have a connotation on the type of study in terms of research design. So don't just use them willy-nilly. You need to know what that term means technically. At times, you may not want to be interpreted in the way that the word means. So if you are saying effect, then that means we expect that you have got construct A how it impacts on construct B. If that is not what you mean, then you have to avoid using terms that have got some technical meanings in terms of research. But yes, let's look at Fitzgerald's topic, the importance of child welfare. Just as an example, I can't read the whole. Dr. Famba, can you screen that one so that we can just do an exercise to try and come up with an improved topic using Fitzgerald's topic? One, the importance of that topic, which is talking about child welfare. Right. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's focus on that topic. Where is it? Sorry, I've lost it. I can't see it on my screen here. The importance of child welfare.
I think I see a Fitzgerald. Maybe.
Oh, it's something else.
Oh, yeah. The importance of child welfare.
Right. So let's look at that topic, the importance of child welfare to development in Zimbabwe. And our target there is, can't we improve the topic in terms of the wording? We know that that is what Fitzgerald wants to do. But what are the key constructs so that we can now make suggestions on how to make the topic more appetizing? Okay, is Fitzgerald there?
Hello.
Yes, help us here. Under child welfare, what are the issues that you'll be focusing on? Because what we want, I've picked that topic because as it is, if we just take it like that, it's not as interesting, because the title there just saying importance of, we want to understand what are the constructs that you want to focus on, especially where you're saying child welfare.
Okay, issues that have to do with child protection and child labor.
Right. So you see, so ladies and gentlemen, we want child protection, child labor, development as our construct. And we want to avoid using the word importance there, replace it with some investigative statement, so that we come up with a topic. Let's have suggestions. The key constructs is child what?
Child protection and child labor.
Child protection, child labor, and then development. Let's have suggestions there. We also want to remove the word importance. You see, if someone says you are doing a research, you are either examining, you are assessing, you someone said exploring, or probably. So we just want to structure the topic so that it becomes a research topic.
Child labor and what?
Child labor. The other one is child.
protection.
Child protection. And then
Develop.
the other key is development. Right. Now let's have suggestions. Anyone, you can unmute and suggest the wording. I wanted to be last so that at least you are free to give us the topics. I cannot start by suggesting mine. Anyone? This has nothing to do with your specialization. Use the key terms there: child labor, child protection, development. Obviously, this development is contextual. It's in Zimbabwe. We have seen from the original topic that we were given, but want to improve it. Anyone?
Yes,
just unmute and
let me just try on that one.
Okay.
I think we can say analysis into the relationship between child labor and child protection on development in Zimbabwe.
Can you repeat again?
Analysis into the relationship between child labor and child protection and development in Zimbabwe.
Analysis what?
Analysis into the relationship between child protection and child labor or development in Zimbabwe.
All right. Thank you. What's your name? Okay, thank you, Tafadzwa. Yes. Let's have other suggestions. I just want you to see how some deliberate effort in coming up with a topic can actually change the outlook of your study. Any other suggestions?
Right. Tinevimbo is raising a hand. Please unmute and speak.
Okay, thank you. I think mine is a question, is not a contribution. I wanted to hear first, when we say importance of child welfare to development, that term development is a variable. What are we referring to? Maybe it may help us to come up with the topic. Is it economic development? Is it social development?
Right.
How are we going to measure that development? Because I tried to write down my topic here and I'm seeing how I include development in that topic.
Yeah, that's a good question. Mr. Fitzgerald, can you answer that one?
Okay. What about socio-economic development? Hello?
Yes, I got you. He's suggesting socio-economic development. Okay. So the other one is coming in here. So I think you answered. Let's have a topic. But there's another one which appeared here, which had impact. Did you see, Dr. Famba?
the impact of child labor and child protection on development in Zimbabwe.
Yes. That's the second one. The impact of child labor and child protection on development in Zimbabwe. Right, let's have other suggestions. We want at least 4.
Hi, Doc.
Yes.
Yes. Impact of child labor on societal development, a ubiquitous need for protection, case study of Zimbabwe.
Oh, interesting. Yes, let's capture that, Dr. Bamba.
Can he come again?
Impact of child labor on societal development.
Slowly.
Uh-huh.
A ubiquitous need for protection. A ubiquitous, it's a U. I mean, not an H. Yes. For protection. A case study of Zimbabwe.
Right. There we are. So it's a case study of, not for. Right. Any other suggestions? Any other suggestions? And as we do this exercise, I want you to.
There is a suggestion here.
Yes.
The impact of child welfare on economic development in Zimbabwe. The impact of child welfare on economic development in Zimbabwe. On economic development in Zimbabwe.
Right. Okay, let's say that's enough. Do you see what we have there? We are coming from the importance of child welfare to development in Zimbabwe. And the first thing that we did was to try and break down welfare. At the same time, you also noted that people were worried about the term development as too broad. So they wanted to be specific on whether it is social development, economic development, political development. What is it? We want to zero on some specific development construct. So if you check on what we now have, you can tell that the suggestions we have are actually improving on the original topic. And if you're asked to select from this, you agree with me, you are not going to go back to the importance of child welfare to development in Zimbabwe. You are going to pick from S1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your topic will be somewhere there. That means the first part there, when Fitzgerald gave us, was just thinking. And that's what he came up with, which is a good starting point. But now when you are making a decision on the title that you are ultimately going to put on your research topic, you must think carefully on how to capture the interest of readers. The other aspect that you should think of is, are you very clear on what is going to be the focus of your study? So child welfare was hiding child labor and child protection. Someone who doesn't really have a very good background may not know that under child welfare, there is child labor and child protection. Remember, readers have got different backgrounds. But if you want to make an impact in a society in terms of your research, it must be able to appeal to a broad spectrum of readers. You cannot say because you're an accountant, your research is just focused on accountants. No. People use money and they encounter all those problems relating to accounting when they are not accountants. So when you write your topic, make sure that you make it so clear on what you will really be focusing on. So at least having child labor, child protection adds more value in terms of being explicit on the topic. And then I think we also need to do the same on development. What is it? So I'm picking on topics which we're saying on societal development, on economic development. Those are more informative. Unless if you want to leave it to be so broad, such that you are just saying development. But that is not really the best in terms of the guidelines in coming up with a topic which helps readers to be able to see whether they are going to be reading a study which interests them. So out of these topics, which one is the best? Which one would we recommend Fitzgerald to take out of 1 to 5? Or we are saying he should just retain his importance of child welfare to development in Zimbabwe? I just want to see what you think out of those topics.
I think I can recommend that one is for impact of child labor on societal development, a ubiquitous need for protection. I think this one is more focused in terms of the societal development. Now we move on from the development. The first one, when comparing with the first one, there is child labor on development, which is development is broad. So now development, now we have societal development. And instead of saying child welfare, which is also too broad because there is child labor and child protection in it, there is now only one variable here, which is child labor, and they also the need for protection, which means that the protection is also another variable in the case of Zimbabwe, that the limitation of the study. So I would recommend S4. I don't know others.
Oh, thank you. Well supported. Any other opinion? Right. So if there are no additional opinions there, that is what I expect us to be able to do. After you've come up with a topic, the first time you just write it as it is coming into your mind, you need now to do the exercise that we did here. Come up with at least 3 to 4 variants of the topic, and then finally do a critical evaluation in terms of your topic. Consider an outside reader and pick that topic. It also has to be interesting when someone reads. If we move on, you could find that some people may say, instead of saying a case study of, which is a bit monotonous, you can suggest lessons from Zimbabwe. right? So, or you say a Zimbabwean experience. There are quite a number of things that we can fuse in, right? Then, okay, I'm seeing this suggestion here. If we say moderation, how will it read?
I'm just thinking, Doc.
Yes,
that topic S4 is very good, but I'm just thinking loud whether child protection cannot have a moderating role on that relationship that has already been discussed. On S4, we bring in child protection as a moderation.
And that means we can actually suggest another expression to the same, where we say the impact of child labor on societal development. Then we say, or we start with the moderating effect of child protection on the relationship between child labor and societal development. So we can always come up with quite a number of variants. And the moment you say child protection is a moderating variable, it becomes more interesting, because now we're saying there's child labor and want to establish the link here between child labor and societal development, and how child protection moderates that relationship. Yes, there's a hint. Felix, go on. Hello, Felix. You've got the floor.
Thank you, Joe. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I just wanted to ask you, when we are moderating, what exactly are we doing?
Okay. Well, these are some of the issues that are going to be talked about in the next presentations. But because you have asked, let me answer. A moderating variable, if we say there's child labor and then there's societal development, so we are saying there's A and B, right? The A is our independent variable, B is our dependent variable. Then there is C, which comes in between A and B. But what C is doing is to try and what we are trying to do with C is to assess whether the relationship between A and B is strengthened or weakened by C. So a moderator is not necessarily, because we also have a mediator. So a mediating variable is different from a moderating variable. But the common thing about these two is that they are a third variable, only two variables, one being independent, the other one being the dependent variable. But a mediating variable comes in between, such that the relationship between A and B passes through C. So we have A, C, then B. But if we're saying moderator, we say A to B, and then A. In other words, we are saying, to what extent does the relationship between child labor and societal development, how is it affected by child protection? So we can actually say, if we're hypothesizing, we can say, if there is a high child prevention, then the relationship between child labor and societal development can actually be weak. We can say it is strengthened, or it is weaker, or we can say it is positive or it is negative, but there is a third element influencing that particular relationship. but that is for research design. You are going to do that in your next sessions. Yes, Shava Tinevimbo.
I also wanted to ask about the longevity of that topic. Is there a standard where we can say maybe a topic might need maybe 10 words or 15 words? Because from the look of things, if you look at topic number 5, from where it was taken, I think this one is now too long compared to the initial topic, which was which just said the importance of child welfare development. Because I remember you saying maybe our journals can be just thrown away at desk value just to see maybe what is this person trying to say. Then a person without reading, he can get bored by just the long topic. Maybe if there's a standard.
You are very right. Some journals can actually give you a word limit on your topic. But what you do when you are drafting from scratch, the first thing is to come up with those options. And then what you are raising is a factor that will determine which one to choose. But basically here, I wanted us to go through the process of trying to improve on a topic which we have there, the importance of child welfare to development in Zimbabwe. And I think you can see now where we are now. It doesn't mean that the topic that Dr. Famba is writing there is our peak, but we are saying this is the process that you have to be prepared to go through. I have got topics like, rather, I've got situations where the topic could not be trimmed without losing value of some elements which you need, such that even the editor and the reviewers can agree that we can retain the topic as it is. Dr. Famba, can you stop sharing so that I can show them just an example of a long topic which can be accepted because of its nature? So I'm sharing. I just want you to look at that topic. This is already published. Right. So this is the guys who are talking about health. This is from Health Promotion. It was published in Congen Public Health. This is a Scopus Indexed journal. COVID-19 vaccination national radio advertising credibility assessment by rural consumers. The influence of indigenous medical knowledge systems and traditional beliefs. We had a serious problem in trying to curb that topic. And after some iterative communication with the reviewers, we finally had to pick on that, because when we're trying to trim it, we were also losing some important constructs. Remember this topic, if you can see what is there, there is COVID-19 vaccination national radio advertising credibility. So the effect that we are focused on national radio advertising, and we want to assess its credibility. The focus in terms of the group is rural consumers. But we are bringing in additional knowledge by focusing on indigenous medical knowledge systems and traditional beliefs. So because of the nature of this topic, let me just show you the model, the reason why they finally agreed that we can retain it as it is. There was this model here. This is the model that they wanted captured on the topic. There was radio ad trust enhancing factors. Then there were also repellent factors. In other words, if you're advertising to people to accept vaccination, there are some forces which push them to accept the message. There are some factors which push them to reject the message. And at times the effort fails. It gets into this chasm. So because of these elements that we wanted to focus on, the whole debate finally was concluded by saying, let's have the key elements included. So you see the topic being a bit long, but still acceptable because of the nature of the construct. But we are not saying just be verbatim so that it is long. No, I'm just saying you have cases where it may not be possible to shorten without losing the explicit communication to the readers of what you intend to research on. And for your own information, this publication was initially picked for being a very good study by a United Kingdom Health Communication Association. And it was considered one of the contesting articles for the best article of the year. We will still see whether it is going to be accepted or not. So basically, this is just an example. I hope I answer your question. So I stop sharing, unless if people have questions before I stop sharing.
Hello, Doc.
Okay. Yes.
So perhaps the question which might refer to students it remains on the number on the length. Although you have presented it well, but I think from an academic perspective, they still need to be guided in general to say maybe within this range, but in extraordinary cases where a topic is so unique, that's when it can be admitted. So to what extent, I think this question remains.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. So what we usually use as you can call it rule of thumb. You are focusing on between not exceeding 15 words. Because we cannot say there's a minimum, but there's a maximum. So if we go back to our topics, we may find that the last one, how many words were there? That one is exceeding 15. So you are very right that it's too long. So which one is the best? What is our pick? Four is slightly long. If we want to pick 4, we can improve it. What is it that we can call the impact of child labor on societal development? Ubiquitous need for protection. A case study of Zimbabwe. Can't we say in Zimbabwe so that we avoid, do we save anything there? Oh yes, I think this suggestion is better. A Zimbabwean experience. How many words are we still within 15? Yeah. How many words are? Yeah, that one you can do. Impact of child labor on societal development, a ubiquitous need for protection, a Zimbabwean experience. But we need, is it a comma here after protection? But it cannot be a continuous, right? Right. So basically, that's what we need. Can I hope people have picked some skills there. Let's move on now. Dr. Famba, thank you. You can stop sharing. Right. So after you come up with a topic, we now need to talk about how are you going to convince. When I listened to your presentations, some of you were already firing in terms of trying to justify the study. That is now what we want to do. You want to write your introduction. You want to write your introduction, and there are very important elements that you need to incorporate. That means when you are writing, you must come up with a very clear structure. Right. Now I want to share with you this part here for journal article writing, which you can still use. Remember, dissertations are a bit long, but the techniques are the same. So let me share this. Right. So we now are talking about the structure of a good paper. After the topic has been spruced up, we now have a topic which is capturing key constructs, and it is crafted in a way that is acceptable. Now let's consider what you include on the introduction. Remember, I gave you the basic structure of the generic structure of a journal article. Now, paragraph 1. Remember, what we refer to as introduction here is supposed to include the background, the problem statement, the research gap, everything that you need before you talk of methods, right? Paragraph 1, identify the domain and state the paper's objective. To begin, demonstrate the importance of the central study domain, possibly using statistics that signal the prevalence of the issue or some insights from the popular or business press. Discuss extant approaches to this issue and why they are less than satisfactory. The final sentence of this paragraph should state the focus or objective of the paper, offering a logical conclusion to the opening paragraph. Remember, this is not going to be uniformly applied. We'll give you examples as we go, but we are saying you should be able to write the opening paragraph, which is supposed to identify the domain and the paper's objective, right? What is the importance of the central study domain? And take note that we are saying you can use statistics. The guys who were talking about health issues relating to TB, I saw some aspects on malaria control, so the statistics can actually be convincing. If we're talking about vaccination, we can actually have statistics coming in there to show the importance of the study domain. How prevalent is the problem? If we are talking about corruption, How prevalent is the issue? If you're talking about internal audit in terms of curbing fraud, how prevalent is that issue, right? So your sources can be, if you are coming from health, probably World Health Organization, you can be citing popular or business press to indicate the challenges or the import of this particular problem that you intend to investigate. So we are just talking about your first paragraph. Don't tell us there's a comment to write about the history of the company as the first paragraph. You are not doing any service to your research by giving the history of the company. This is Econet. It was started by Strive Masiwa in this year, this and that. No, we are interested in the research problem. How prevalent is this particular issue? If at all it involves the company, that's okay, but don't give us just some history which doesn't relate to what we want. So that is your first paragraph. Let me just talk about the paragraph, then we then get into the practical issues. Sorry. Paragraph 2, the conceptual approach provides a summary of general theory and the conceptual approaches to achieving the paper's objective. This second paragraph should answer key questions. What theoretical lens is being used? How the paper will define its central construct? And which mediating mechanisms might appear in the model, so they can also be moderating mechanisms, right? Or what you can refer to as the research tension. So you are moving away from what you were doing on the first paragraph. Here now you are saying, what is the conceptual approach? How do you want to unlock this research problem? You want to elaborate on the constructs. That's why we're saying on our topic, let's know the main constructs. If we're talking about child welfare, now we want to get into child labor, we want to get into child protection, and maybe societal development. If we are talking about, say, internal audit, what the factors that we are interested in, we're talking about internal audit itself, fraud, and that we are interested in. We discuss these in terms of our conceptual approach. Then the third paragraph, which is the empirical approach, now present the empirical approach for testing the conceptual model outlined in paragraph 2. This third paragraph should be addressed such as the number of studies, sample characteristics, and general methods adopted. Model, especially in papers that present multiple studies. Some of the issues here on research design, you do them next, but here we're just talking about how to write your introduction, but obviously these issues on research design come in. Then paragraph 4, 5, 6, depending on the number of your constructs, outline the paper's contributions with a separate paragraph for each unique contribution. Each paragraph should adopt a parallel structure, describe the contribution, foreshadow the key results that support this contribution, and outline why this specific contribution is important. To establish importance, authors can use post hoc, let's just ignore this part because they are related to analysis. But we are saying you can actually be alluding to what has already been done by others in terms of their findings and indicating the gaps that arise from what has already been done. That is what we need to be talking about here, right? So we are saying explain previous anomalies in academic research or business press and how these results could direct managers' actions or practitioners' actions. This can be health practitioners, they can be community development officers, they can be government policymakers, and so forth. So that is what you should be focusing on, right? And that means now constructs, headings, hypotheses need to aid the reader. So you should think carefully about the headings that you are going to have. If you are going to have subheadings under introduction, what are the headings? What are the hypotheses? I recommend listing the headings and hypotheses in separate documents when drafting a manuscript, so authors can consider them all together and edit them accordingly, right? The purpose of headings is to help readers navigate the paper by providing information in a structure, right? Even a very complex paper can be approachable if it contains well-designed headings. If readers get lost or confused about where the research logic is going, they often skip ahead and simply comment that the paper lacks clear logic or support. So if the headings are flowing, if they are well thought, then it helps you because readers can clearly follow what you are trying to do. We will get to a point where you say, you must be able to produce a literature map in terms of the headings and how they are supposed to be ordered, so that when you are writing, the paragraphs that you produce will actually be flowing. So this is just an introduction in terms of how you can write the first, especially the first 3 paragraphs. Let's focus on the first 3 paragraphs before we really get into the details of literature. So I know that people may have questions here on, it may not be very clear because this is just an explanation. But what I can do is maybe to be a bit practical before we ask people to do the same on their topics. Let me stop sharing this document so that I can show you, you can criticize what I've done there, because this is actually, I'm actually going to show you something that I'm still working on, so that it can become very, very practical. Why are we doing this? What is the purpose of this and that? Probably that might help, so that when I ask you to do the same, you try to visualize. This is theoretical, paragraph 1, 2, 3. But now when it comes to your actual writing, you will find that there are some issues that you encounter on your topic, which may force you to change slightly the order or the flow of your introduction. So let me stop sharing this part. I just want to show you what I actually wrote last night so that you might pick some more. Right. So this one, it has some mistakes here and there because it's still work in progress. Can you see the heading? I'm sharing a study that I was writing on last night. So my tentative topic for now, just for a start, is the rural women human papilloma virus vaccination hesitance, synthesizing indigenous medical, religious, and traditional knowledge systems in Zimbabwe. And why I'm presenting this one, because you can actually see the challenges that any author would encounter, because this is what I was writing last night. So there might be some challenges here and there, unlike a published article which might have been corrected, because besides the author, there are also 4 or 3 reviewers, and the article usually goes through probably 3 or 2 rounds of review. So usually those articles do not have a lot of mistakes because of the process of reviewing. But this one is what I was writing on last night. And I'm trying to apply the same techniques that we are talking about on writing an introduction. What I want to do here, I want to entice the reader to see that there's a problem in terms of the study domain here. I'm focusing on human papilloma virus vaccination hesitance. So what is my starting point? If you look at my first paragraph, let me just read and highlight or indicate to you why I was doing certain things, although you might pick some problems in that. The Human Papilloma Virus Information Center noted that HPV is a major concern, is a major cause of cervical cancer and various other anogenital cancers, especially cancers of the vagina, penis, and anus. Then I quote, the HPV also causes some cancers of the head and neck. Then I pick statistics now. In total, 70% of cervical cancer cases globally can be traced to HPV, I quote. Cervical cancer is a prevalent disease affecting women, and its frequency comes as the 4th most common cancer in women globally. The numbers are astronomical, with 604,127 women diagnosed with cervical cancer per annum, and so forth and so forth. Now, look at the last part. After giving those statistics, I say the situation in Zimbabwe, because my topic is saying in Zimbabwe, the situation in Zimbabwe, which was the research context, is more appalling, as the standardized age rate of cervical cancer was 61.7 in 2023. Then I quote the source. This rate was too high, given that it was 5th highest in Africa. This rate was double the rate of the highest incidence of the Americas and Oceania. Europe and Asia have very low rates, to the extent that Zimbabwe's rate was 3-fold the highest incidence of these 2 continents. Suffice to say, the case of Zimbabwe is so dire, and research on indigenous vaccination hesitance would be invaluable to curb this spiraling cancer. That is my introduction. You might have picked some weaknesses there, but I'm just saying that is the way in terms of trying to go back to this paragraph here. So let me, we are talking about paragraph 1, and that is what I was trying to do there. If you move on to the second paragraph, I'm introducing the argument on culture, because where I'm talking about indigenous, medical, religious, this and that, that's culture. So I'm introducing culture as having an impact on health conceptions. So you see my first statement there. Levitsky and Ali established the noticeable impact of culture on health conceptions and health practices. The current study was focused on the influence. I go on like that. So we're just talking about writing here. So this is just an introduction. And that's how you develop your introduction. If you check on the 3rd paragraph, I'm picking on the construct, indigenous medical knowledge systems. That is what I'm talking about on the third paragraph. On the fourth paragraph, I introduced other constructs and linking them to the current study. After that, then, because this was a qualitative study, I posed the research questions, right? But if you are doing a qualitative study, your approach can be different. So let me stop sharing here. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, that means we now want to go back now to our topics and try to write the first 3 paragraphs. I don't know how we are going to share that information. Dr. Faba, you can assist us here, how are we going to do it? But we wanted to be a bit practical by saying, or maybe I move on to the next and then participants will then go into that at the end of the session. So I move to the next presentation.
Yeah, I think you may.
What is your suggestion?
Because, I think we may move to the next presentation because our participants, we are not sure of whether they will be able to share from wherever they are. Because here we have some people, but there are some who are not at another campus, so not everyone is here.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So let me move to the next issue. If you check on your on the program, the next issue is on writing literature review, and I'm more interested in how you can write convincingly. Our focus in simple terms, how do you write convincingly? Regardless of your area of specialization, the issues we are discussing here apply as long as you want to write a research article. So our next discussion here is on the Tolman model. The Tolman model. This is a model which can be used to try and help authors to be able to articulate their ideas clearly. So the way I was trying to write on the research that I'm doing, which I just used to illustrate to you the first paragraph and the second paragraph, I also gained a lot from understanding the model that I want to present to you. So I'm going to share screen.
All right.
I hope you are seeing my screen.
Yes, Doctor, it's live on screen now.
Are you now seeing my screen?
Doc,
yes, we are seeing.
Yes, Doc, we can see the screen.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm presenting in very simple terms. This model is a model which you can use in structuring arguments. So when you are writing, remember the structure of an argument according to Tolman. So a brief introduction here. Stephen Tolman was a British philosopher who became frustrated with the inability of formal logic to explain everyday arguments. You want to do a research. How do you convince readers that this is important? What is it that you should be writing on? So this is why we're saying everyday arguments had to be structured in a way that would make you become very clear in terms of what you are writing. This is exactly the purpose of the Tolmin model, right? It prompted Tolmin to develop his own model of practical reasoning. And this Tolmin's model of reasoning has similarities to formal logic, including syllogism. Don't worry about that if you have not encountered it elsewhere. We are just going to be focused on the brief aspects which are important for our purpose, right? So the syllogism, it's an example of formal logic when we look at a statement which is produced or how to present an argument. It comprises a good example is given there. All men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. So in other words, we are saying we have a major premise, a minor premise, and a conclusion. So we know how to present an argument. Right? So the major premise is a generalization, a broad proposition. A minor premise is the specific application of the major premise. The conclusion follows logically from the premise. And that means it doesn't make sense for you to start by concluding, because it will not convince readers, right? That's just an instance there. Then the enthymeme. An enthymeme is another ancient form of reasoning, and an enthymeme is essentially a syllogism with an unstated premise, right? In conservation, an enthymeme occurs as a claim with a reason attached, e.g., let's eat at McDonald's because their fries are good, right? Let's move right. Now, the Tolmin's model resembles the enthymeme in that a claim is connected to a reason. The unstated premise of an enthymeme is called the warrant in the Tolmin model. You will see how we use the Tolmin model. That is coming next. Right. There are three basic elements when you are writing: the claim, assertion, or proposition. What are you saying? Right? Then the grounds. The grounds is the proof, the data, the support, the evidence. You see, now if we take socially, in any sphere, if you say company X is the most profitable in the beverages industry, it is the most profitable. That's a claim. What are the grounds? What makes you say company X is the most profitable in the beverages industry? What are the grounds? So one, the proof, the data, the support, the evidence. Then the warrant is a logical and persuasive connection between the grounds and the claim. So that's how you write. So we can take it and say, from a health perspective, if someone says, what do you call this one? Let's say measles is a killer disease. That's a claim. Give us the data, the support, or the evidence. Then the warrant, right? Let's talk about the claim here. A claim is the point an arguer is trying to make. The claim is the proposition, I like proposition, not conclusion, or assertion an arguer wants another to accept. It's okay, we say it's a conclusion, but usually you want to say it's a proposition or an assertion that an arguer wants another to accept. The claim answers the question. So what is your point? Right? I just took that example. Example, Rosario is an American citizen because she was born in the United States. So the claim is what is bolded here. That's why I gave you an example of a claim when if we want to take it from health science. If we say, let's say we're talking of political science, then we say party X is the most popular party in the country. That is a claim, right? So when we are writing, be very sure of being clear on the proposition or the assertion. It must be very clear, right? If you want to add more on the claim, we say claims, factual claims, they focus on empirically verifiable phenomena. Then value claims involving opinions, attitudes, and subjective evaluations of things. Then policy claims advocating courses of action that should be taken. So we have got, depending on your area, the claim can be made. It can be factual, it can be value claim, it can be policy claim. So when you are writing, you should always ask yourself, am I very clear on my claim? Then the next is grounds, proof or data. Grounds refers to the proof or evidence an arguer offers. Just imagine yourself arguing about your best team, whether it is in soccer, in tennis, when you say this is the best, you go on to provide some proof or data. Grounds can consist of statistics. So that's why I indicated to you, look at this paragraph that I was trying to write on HPV. Can you see that I was trying to provide some grounds by saying this is a serious disease which is affecting women. I had to provide some statistics, reports, quotations, findings, physical evidence, and various forms of reasoning. Right? An example, I'm a vegetarian. One reason is that I feel sorry for the animals. Another reason is for my own health. Right? So grounds there, they support the arguer, right? The argument. So the grounds answer questions such as, what is your proof? How do you know? Why? So I think that is very clear. Either you're saying, what is your proof? How do you know? Why do you say that? You are providing grounds for your claim. So it always has to be supported, right? Grounds can be based on evidence. That means facts, statistics, reports, or physical proof. Source credibility. Authorities citing someone who is an expert, celebrity endorsers, a close friend, or someone. Usually, we can be talking of literature here, where we're saying authorities, experts, right? Analysis and reasoning, reasons may be offered as proof, right? Assumptions already held by the listener, they can also be used as grounds, right? So clue words for identifying grounds. Grounds for an argument often follow words such as because, since, given that. I'm going to show you what is called a research phrase bank. I'm not sure whether we will be able to do that today, but I'm going to show you what is called a research phrase bank, a number of ways of expressing your point, so that not necessarily for you to take those statements word by word, but at least it opens your mind in terms of the ability to present your arguments. But let me just go through this and then show you the research phrase bank, which is focused on the introduction. Right? After ground, so as we are saying, you need to make a claim which is a proposition, then your grounds which is supposed to support your claim, and then warrants. Now, what are warrants? A warrant links the grounds to a claim, legitimizing the claim by showing the grounds to be relevant. The warrant is a generalization that may be explicit or implicit. It may be unspoken. It answers the question, why do those grounds mean your claim is true? Right? The warrant is an inferential ground between the claim and the grounds. Implicit nature is the meaning of an argument is as much a part of the receiver as it is a part of the message. Arguments are multi-warranted, e.g., based on more than one inferential leap. Right? So the warrant in a legal situation, a search warrant, for example, is some warrant in argument is supposed to proceed with your case.
I think Dr. Jarawaz is dropped.
Hello, yes, I think Dr. Jarawaz has been kicked out.
Well, we could try to reach out to him. And it could also herald a health break, yeah? Or we try to establish.
Okay, I'd lost connection. Is it, are people following?
Yeah, you had lost connection.
Okay, let me share screen. Hello? Hello?
Hello, I was booted out of the lecture due to the
Doc.
Yeah, we can see assumptions.
Okay, oh, thank you. On assumptions, I thank you. So an assumption is something taken for granted. It is a supposition. It's often a belief or a value that usually unexplained by the person who holds it. And I indicated that in research, most people, they can't write assumptions. Not correct to say you assume that the respondents are going to give correct answers. That is not an assumption. Usually, our assumptions are supposed to be coming from the constructs and the meaning that is attached to those constructs, right? In terms of your particular study. What is it that is just taken for granted? Sorry, I'm supposed to be talking about assumptions. We passed all of this.
Dr. I think there's a request that you could just,
Hello?
You could just tail off what your warrant. I think there was some, well, that's when you disappeared. If you could just pick it from where you were making your last comment on warrant.
Okay. All right. I'm now on audience. Any effective arguer considers the assumptions on which an argument is based, and the assumptions probably held by the audience. So when I'm talking about assumptions, there must be assumptions that are that rely on assumptions held by the that it becoming if readers accept work and then present specific evidence to develop your claim. If readers challenge your warrant, you must defend it by backing it up. So let's move on. Right. The warrant performs the linking function by establishing a medial connection between the grounds and the claim. Right. I'm just going to put examples there so that we move a bit fast. Right? Still more about warrants. Warrants can be based on ethos. The ethos, credibility, and logo, reason, giving, that pathos, that emotional and emotional appeal, value premises, are shared or shared by the receiver. Right? But you should add categories are not mutually exclusive. There is considerable overlap of the logos, pathos, and their values. Not very different. Is a bit too stretched for you, but what is important is for you to be able to come up with the ability to write a convincing argument. That is what they're trying to do here. So make it simple. Now, first simple argument one, right? Let's say we are talking about a team here. The Angels are likely to win the ball game tonight. This is they are which is the home team is in advantage in baseball. So this is the connection, claim, bounds, and warrant, right? Then this is another example where we say Jumo is a wonderful movie. That's a claim. The grounds are that it was nominated for Academy Awards, 4 Academy Awards. The warrant is NPC greatness can be measured in the number of Oscar nominations it receives. So basically, that's what we're talking about when we're talking about the claim, grounds, and warrant, right? So these are just examples. Right. The Tolman model of reasoning is more flexible than formal logic and therefore works better in real life situations. There's what is called the qualification, right? Qualifiers, words and phrases that place limits on claims. They play an essential role in arguments. We're now talking qualifiers. A qualifier limits a claim. Some qualifiers, examples here, usually, sometimes, in most cases, often, few, many, it is possible, perhaps, rare in some cases, right? So if you say, in some cases, then it means you are limiting the claim so that it is easier for you to support, because you know that this claim cannot just be generalized like that. So you limit the claim, right? If the referee is fair, my team usually wins. You have used a lot of qualifiers there, right? because you don't want to say your team always wins, because at times it is not, it may not be winning, but you are saying if the referee is fair, right? And then you say usually, because in some cases, even when the referee is fair, the team may not win, right? The qualifier indicates the strength of the leap from the grounds to the claim and may limit how universally the claim applies. You see, so you don't want people to then say your claim is wrong. You actually limit it yourself by by indicating the qualifier, right? Tolman logic, in fact, encourages to limit your responsibility through the effective use of qualifiers. You say, if qualify a claim early in the writing, don't make too big claims because it's difficult for you to submit, right? There is an unqualified claim, or we don't go to college any less than who. This is an unqualified claim. But if we take it in a qualified version, people don't go to college any less than those who do. So it actually in terms of argumentation. Right? Because 1, 2, 3. How do you take into account, probably this person is saying, I don't like a person who is into 1, 2, 3 things that you do. Then after indicating that, you know, this is an objection, you actually show that it is actually an objection which is valid, but not very strong. Let's imagine a man who is trying to convince a woman who says, I don't want men who take alcohol. How do you deal with that objection? That is exactly what we are talking about here. Let's say you want to convince, let's say a woman wants to convince a man to marry her. But this man is saying, you are too religious. I will have problems with you. How do you convince, ladies, how do you convince that man? Gentlemen, how do you convince that lady when you cannot run away from the fact that you take the strong drink, but still you want to win that argument? That is the rebuttal that we are talking about. You address the audience opposing viewpoints or possible objections in order to strengthen your argument. So that's a rebuttal. And when you are writing, always think about that. I read some articles which are well written, be it in natural science, in social science, in business, but the argument will just be so basic, such that the claim is there, the grounds are there. Usually people give those. The warrants are there. We start seeing weaknesses where we don't see the qualifiers. We don't see reservations. And worse, no rebuttal. You have not managed to get into the minds of a reader who doesn't agree with your viewpoints, such that you address them. You address those objections in order to strengthen your argument. So we need that skill. Sometimes the rebuttal will be directed to opposing claims. Other times the rebuttal will be directed at alternative interpretations of evidence or new evidence. You see, that depends on where you're coming from. If say you are doing a research in literature, English literature or Shona literature, then remember the interpretation is what really matters there. But if you are doing a research in business, the objections can be slightly different, right? If you are doing a research in social science, in natural science, the objections can be slightly different depending on the area, right? The rebuttal of a place where the author concedes any weaknesses in his or her own argument. or strength in opposing arguments, but then carefully qualifies the effect of these weaknesses, right? So as to try and sustain the strength of the original argument. You cannot be accepting a rebuttal such that you really obliterate your claim. At the end, you're actually saying, no, whatever I'm claiming here, it doesn't work. Then that means you have taken a wrong claim, right? In the Tolman model, one moves from grounds to claim based on evidence, interpreted by warrant, and making allowances for reservations, right? Right, we are not focusing on examples here because just wanted to present this within some 20 minutes or so, because remember the whole issue is we are trying to improve your writing. So this is the whole purpose of my discussion here was that when you are writing, you must be very clear. We don't want to see, what do you call it? That style of writing where people beat about the bush. They present their claim right at the end. That is not a good approach. You are supposed to say a paragraph is supposed to have a main idea, which you present on the first statement, which can actually be a claim. Then this is then followed by grounds and warrants. You also have some qualifiers, some reservations. After you've done so, it means you've presented your argument. You also think about some objections to your claim. And so you take in the rebuttal. You deal with counter arguments such that whilst you might acknowledge the limits of your claim, you are supposed to deal with those counter arguments, remembering that you are supposed to leave your line of argument being strong enough to continue with this paper. Otherwise, you end up weakening your position such that a reader would ask, so why are we doing it if it's so weak, right? So that is basically what I wanted us to focus on, where I was talking about the Tolman model of argumentation. So because I've been talking through all these slides here, I want to allow you to make some comments or questions on writing, right? We were trying to focus on how to improve writing, questions on that without too much about the terminology there, which you are not going to be asked about. But I hope you have picked some skills in terms of how to write. Hello.
Hello, Doc.
Dr. Famba.
Hello.
Yes, I just wanted to find out from you. Hello.
Yes, yes, Doc.
I wanted to check whether we can have some comments and questions, and then reserve the other activities so that participants can do that offline.
Yeah. I don't know what Dr. Famba thinks, but I think that taking inputs at this point is good, and then they can do some exercise offline.
Oh,
Dr.
thank
Famba?
you,
Yes,
Doc.
I agree to the tasks offline.
Yes, because I think we've taken a block of time, and we
Yes,
could
so
get-
let's have comments and questions.
Any questions, any comments?
Hello.
You can take your screen sharing.
Hello.
Oh,
Hello, Doc.
Okay, thank you. I stopped sharing.
Hello, Doc. Hello.
Yes.
I hope we are going to share the presentations. I had a challenge some few minutes ago. I didn't hear the where this presentation is started because I was booted out of the house due to some network interruptions, and I waited a long period of time in the lobby trying to get back to the house.
Okay,
So,
no, I'm going to forward the slides to Dr. Famba. I think that would work. Dr. Famba might have all your contacts so that even the slides can be shared. Is that too proper, Dr. Famba?
Yes, Doc. What I will do, the easiest way is for you to share the slides in the WhatsApp group. So I'm going to add you into the main WhatsApp group for students.
Okay.
All right. Then as for the videos, I think because they are a little bit heavy, I think we might need to share via some stronger facility. Maybe some will go to YouTube, some maybe we can do Google Meet, something like that.
Yeah, we would create a link to the YouTube storage.
Okay, thank you, Doc.
thank you.
But the pause is to give participants an opportunity to ask, an opportunity to check for understanding whether they followed the instrument.
Exactly. Yes, that's the time.
Well, if nobody is offering to share any ideas, then you've done a fantastic job.
So, Dr. Famba, you may assist me here. When is the next, so that we can know the timelines in terms of the tasks that I intend to give them here, which is now writing the introduction on the topics which they were suggesting.
You mean the next what? The next lecture?
Yes.
Yeah, our lectures are usually this afternoon, afternoons, every afternoon of Saturday from 1. So the next is next week.
Right. Thank you. And how feasible is it for the students to be in groups, or how do we do it? I just wanted us to have some introduction written on the topics that they were suggesting, so that we can probably next week have 2 or 3 that we will share screen and identify the strengths and the weaknesses of the write-ups. Because if we are not practical, usually it becomes encapsulated learning. People think things are easy before they start trying to do them.
I think it's possible to have groups because they can share via Google Meet the documents and work on their documents, just like we do when we are doing those proposals. We share documents via Google Meet. They can work on that.
So
And,
can you
it
help
also
me?
creates an opportunity for them to interact and collaborate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So can you help me, Dr. Famba, by just coming up with how we can group them in a way that would enable us to be able at least to pick at least they work on a research topic, they write the introduction, picking on what we were talking about, so that next week we start from there. We will pick a few of those for discussion and getting us at least to have some hands-on, and then we move on to the other aspects. But I'm not sure now on how many students can be in a group so that it becomes workable.
Dr. Famba.
Yeah, we have about 175 students.
They are all in one group. And it's possible what Dr. Jawaza is asking to happen in that group. That's up to you.
Maybe the number, how many per group?
Yes, that's what
Yeah.
we need to determine, so that at least we don't have passengers. At times, if the group is too big, some people will not do anything. We want them to really try the writing.
But if everyone in this house has participated and followed your lecture, surely you're wanting some of them to try a paragraph or two in this exercise, and they can
Yes.
do that and submit in that group where you will also be present. So you can then, take down what you want to illustrate in the next lecture. Next week.
Okay.
Yeah, it's possible because the what group can be as large as we want now, over 1,000, but we only want 75. That's possible.
Okay, so all in all, we can say what the numbers should be, because out of 7, if we have got 10 per group.
Yeah, that's good.
So we have 17 groups, about 18 groups.
Yes, about 18 groups, and then when they are done, they submit, and then I'm going to pick now the write-ups and use them for our learning.
So when should they by when should they submit? Because I can work on the groups tonight or tomorrow, and then give them their groups. I just pick group leaders and then announce that these are group leaders. I think that's easier for me. If I just pick group leaders, and then people should join any of those. And if that group is full, then that's it.
Or you move to the next group leader.
Yes.
I'm not sure whether you want to pick the group leaders. They can pick these among themselves, can't they? They can literally say, I'm available, and then they group around that person, and then the next one we are full and so on.
Yes, that's another way to do it. Yeah, I think that one is a better suggestion.
If they are in the same group, I think they can do that
Yeah.
until we have the groups. And then now they identify the group leader who is supposed to at least communicate to you, so that when it comes to submissions, we're just following up on the group leader.
The group leader, yeah, that's true.
Okay.
All right, so that's all I know.
That's fine.
So that is it. And the submissions now, if there are going to be 17 of them, can it be done on WhatsApp? I don't think so.
No, that one they would
Yes.
they'll submit to email. They will
good one.
submit to the AIAS address.
So you give them the details, right?
Yes.
Thank you. So I think So let me just explain again to students. Your task now as a group, in a group of 10 or less, you want to go and identify a topic. If you want to use the topics that we got from your colleagues, that's okay. Or you're actually coming up with a topic, it has to be an original topic, right? And then you write introduction. You are writing introduction. In other words, the first, if you can go up to the 5th paragraph, where you pose the research questions, if it is qualitative research, or you now show the hypothesis, because we have not yet talked about how to develop hypothesis development. We'll do it in our next session. But at least after you've written up the 5 paragraphs or so, if it's a qualitative research, pose research questions. If it's quantitative research, give us a hypothesis so that we will use that right up to develop it further. Remember, the exercises we want to continue using the same, so that at the end, probably when you do the other parts, you continue working on that, so that what will just be left is probably data collection. If wishes were horses, we're supposed to say after this, you are actually going to just finish off that study, because it would have been a lot of things would have been done on that particular topic. So that is your task.
Okay, Doc, thank you. I think they've heard you clearly. So I think it is also important for us to briefly give them where to get the sources for their literature. Given that I've observed that there's a huge challenge on when students try to search for literature, and there is a problem. You find that they cite some funny journals, some funny papers, those little journals and so forth. And I think it's also important to just share a little bit on where they can source that. So if you are done, I could probably just give a brief highlights. Of course, later on, when we present the actual citation and reference, then section, then we can finish up on that aspect. There is Obet Mbiriawanda raising a hand.
Thank you, Doc. I just wanted to find out earlier when we spoke about the length of the topic that we're supposed to try and come up with, but then I wanted to find out on the area of the length of the journal. How long should it be, the journal?
You mean the whole article?
You mean what the task you have been asked to do?
Yes, I mean the task at hand now. How long should it be?
Okay, Doc.
Okay, the introduction, we are writing the first part of the introduction. Remember, we have not yet done hypothesis development. So depending on the nature of your study and the number of constructs, usually what I've asked you to, that's why we talked of 5 paragraphs. And that can stretch, like mine, it had 3 pages, but that depends now on spacing. I didn't check on the words, because usually on the articles, we don't have specific words for just that part of the introduction. We have got a limit on the whole article. So what I advise you to do is come up with a convincing introduction. And let's not worry much about the words, because what we want to see is the quality of your argumentation for now. Even when you are writing for publication, you first of all write, of course, not just being unnecessarily wordy or voluminous, but you want to have something first before you worry about culling or reducing the wording.
Okay, thank you, Doc. There's Florencia raising her hand.
Okay,
Florencia,
thank you so much, Doc.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I was saying, is it possible for Doc to just share the task that he has given us, maybe in the chat box, so that you do the correct thing, because the task seems to be long when you was explaining. So maybe if you can just share it in the chat box, that would be fine.
Okay, thank you. I think it will be shared, Doc.
Yeah, I'm already working on that.
Okay. Later on, remind me to add you in the group so that you just share directly.
Okay, okay. So should I do it here, or maybe I will put it on the group?
No, on the group.
Okay, so I'll add that on the group later on.
Thank you, Doc. So I think, are you done now, Doc?
Yes, Doc, you can take over.
Thank you so much, Doc. That was Dr. Jarawaza. He's a well-experienced publisher. How many articles now, Doc, in Scopus?
28.
Yeah, that's a great number in Scopus. Yes, and these articles are multidisciplinary. Some of them are in marketing. So please, let's not hesitate to ask questions to Dr. Jarawaza. It's our opportunity to engage with him. We are developing, what we are developing here is a skill. We are not focusing on the certificate only. Let's try to master the skill. So now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to give you a basic skill of how to do your literature search. I think there will be some keys that you are likely to get. Now I'm going to share my screen. Let me just open something here. Just a moment. All right. Where's my Zoom? Right. What I want to do here is to just give you a hint on how you are going to do a basic literature search. So I hope that you can see my screen. Kindly confirm.
Yes. Yes, you can see it.
Right. So since you can now, since you can see my screen, I'm going to go backwards. And then there is one thing that I want to encourage you colleagues to do. There is someone who is trying to say something. Kindly mute, please, so that I can be heard by others clearly. Okay, thank you. So what happens is, when we are doing literature search, we also care about the quality of your literature. And I hope Dr. Jarawaza knows about this. I mean, he can confirm that. The quality of literature is very important. And we are saying, where are you getting what you are saying is relevant literature? The quality of journals, which type of journals? And currently, we have the most respected repositories is Web of Science and Scopus. These are the top repositories. So I would encourage you to use the Scopus indexed journals. And Scopus indexed journals are found in the Scopus database. So what you do is you just type scopus.com. So you can see there, you type scopus.com, and then there comes the Scopus page. So under the Scopus page now, what you want to do is you want to search for articles that are related to your area of interest. So in this case, we want to log in, and for the purpose of this lecture, we will use the Research for Life. Right, you see the Research for Life. So that's the Research for Life. So we log in via the Research for Life. So it's logging in. We want to get to the Scopus repository, where we are going to pick up some topics, some papers which we are going to use for purposes of our literature review. So it's opening. I hope we won't have internet disruption. Our network is a little bit slow now. Right. So I think allow me to share this password a little bit later, that you can check the username, which is Zim009. This will assist us for the purpose of this research. So I've logged into the Scopus repository, the Scopus database. Right. So when we get to this page here, you remember the constructs that Dr. Jarawaza was talking about. Those constructs now, who remembers, can somebody share any construct about a topic that we did? There were that topic about child labor and
child labor, child protection, development.
Labor, child protection, and societal development, right?
Yes.
Right. So these constructs can assist us in checking whether we have enough literature in this topic. So we will then search. So you can see we have about 9 documents that have been found using these constructs. So let's look at whether we have got some informative papers related to this topic. Number one, there is older workers and their relations to the labor market in Albania. It's not relevant. So what we want to do here, we can come here. I think you can see right? So you can see here where it says newest. So we don't want new. What we want here is relevant first. So we want to sort that by relevance. So let us look at these papers here. It says prevalence and potential consequences of child labor in India and the possible impact of COVID-19, a contemporary overview. Then we have another paper there which says so we have this paper which says the role of child care, social work in supporting families with children in need and providing protective services past, present, and future. Then grammar of differences, the Dutch colonial state labor policies. And so you can see from this search that we have just done, it doesn't really seem like we have a lot about these constructs that we have. So we might need to either decide to reduce the constructs and we leave maybe, we just leave societal development and child labor, just like that. And then we search again. You can see now we have 60 documents. Can you see that? So we now have 60 documents, as can be seen here. So it means that maybe because we combined the two constructs, so the papers that are being written have got no relationship, which is all itself a signal of something. Now, our papers are already being sorted by relevance. So what it means is we check now, and that paper on India, prevalence and potential consequences of child labor in India and the possible impact of its remaining on top. Are there adverse outcomes of child health and child development following cesarean? This doesn't look like what we are looking for. Then gender education and child labor, a sociological perspective. So what does this mean now? Okay, look at this paper here, number 5, adverse labor market impacts of childhood and adolescents overweight and obesity in Western societies. But this is not what we are looking for. We are probably looking for things that are relevant to our context, which is Africa. So in terms of this topic now, as you look for literature, you now need to check whether in the renowned journals, the literature that you, the topic that you want to search has sufficient literature. These are key things in research. You might have a very exciting topic, but if the topic does not have relevant literature, it becomes a problem also for you. If you listen very well to Dr. Jarawaza, he was saying, you now need to support your views, but you can't support your views without literature from other authors. So now, when you have, let's assume that, or maybe let's take another topic that has got some constructs that we think we can get. There's somebody who was talking about artificial intelligence. Is the student still in? Who was talking about artificial intelligence? Hello?
Hello, Doc.
Yes, the student who was talking about artificial intelligence.
Yeah, let me just read the line that he gave. It wasn't me. It was like exploring the impact of artificial intelligence on the sustainability of SMEs.
Right. So let's take that one. One of the constructs is artificial intelligence, right?
Yes.
Then we also have what? SMEs. Right? So maybe let's search using this one. Right. Can you see this one? Quite exciting. We have over 522 documents. But what is, can we have another word, another construct within this topic so that we can try to trim? Sorry? Impact. Well, impact is a word, but we want to see what else is he talking about in the topic. Can you come again with the topic so that we can keep the construct? One more construct.
Impact of artificial intelligence on the sustainability of SMEs.
So we can have sustainability. Yeah?
Sustainability.
This is the spelling sustainability correct? It's not, right? Sustainability is this one. Right. So from this, we now have 26 documents. So let us look at these topics here by relevance. So number one says internationalization, digitalization, and sustainability. Are SMEs ready? A survey on synergies and substituting effects among growth paths. Right. So this guy here, these guys are looking at internationalization, digitalization. So you can see that under the word digitalization, there's a possibility that there's artificial intelligence in there. I think this is why this one was picked. Let's look at the next, which says innovation in SMEs, AI dynamism and sustainability, the current situation and the way forward. So based on these articles that we are seeing here, we are likely to get some relevance, especially on this article here. And it's also an open access, so it's easy to get. So what you do is when you see these articles now, you need to just briefly look at the abstract. So, and see if this is relevant to your study. Let us look at this article here, article number 2. The purpose of this study is to examine artificial intelligence dynamism and its impact on sustainability of firms, including small and medium enterprises. In addition, this study investigates the moderating effects of technological and leadership support of AI technology deployment and sustainability for manufacturing and production firms. So you can see that there is a possibility that we can get something from this article based on what that student intends to research. So when you have such, you want to get to understand what methods have been used in coming up with this research and see if those methods are what you are interested in. And then when because this is an abstract, if you find it relevant, then you want to download the paper. But before we even do that process, we also want to check whether it is necessary that we read all these 36 documents that we have found, because we can trim them down by looking at scientific, either we are going to the type of document. There is a section here which shows the type of documents, which is this section here. So under type of document, you can choose whether you want to use scientific articles only, or you want to include conference papers or conference reviews. So now the choice of these others, like this conference paper, conference reviews, it's based on whether these are emerging areas or not, and what you want to find out what is happening in what is emerging now. So usually what is in conferences is what is emerging, but conferences, some of them have been reviewed, but they are not more scientific because they have not gone under the robust review process like articles. So usually when you are writing we expect you to limit to articles. So when we decide to limit to articles, you see that our papers will go down to 15, I think, 15 documents. So you can see now that we have got 15 documents. And these 15 documents is where we want to have a focus on, because these are scientific papers that have gone through months and months of reviews from various reviewers. Now, you can also limit here by language. Let me check. I want to erase these things, right? Right. So you can see there is also an opportunity to, you know, these language sections usually has got some papers that are not English papers. So you need to limit your papers. Then you can limit, it's not necessary usually to look at funding sponsors at this juncture. But you can also do that. Then by affiliation, you can also do that. And I'm happy I'm seeing one of these papers is sorry. I'm actually seeing that one of these papers is from my university, my former university. So that's quite interesting. So now, from here, what's next? You can see there are key elements here. The author is interested in artificial intelligence. The author is interested in sustainability. The author is interested in SMEs. These are the key words that we, from his constructs. But we don't know about these two. So we can also decide to limit our papers to have these. So we are now very sure that these papers have got some form of the three constructs that the author is focusing, that the author of that topic is interested in. So what then do we do from here? We want now, as a group, you can now begin to, you can even give each other tasks. For example, these are 13 documents and you are 10. So each one of you can look at each of these papers and see if they are relevant to the topic that you are looking at. And a paper that is relevant, then means you are going to consider it for purposes of your literature. And this is where you are going to identify to identify what these people did and what the problems they were looking at, what were the challenges and all these things. What are the methodologies that they used? And so that you can actually see if the papers are going to be relevant to your study. The next step, which is very important here, is to now export the citation statistics and citation purposes of citation, then you are going to, we have only 13 documents, so we can highlight all of them. And then we can click, no, here, for now, we don't want to download, we want to export the, references. So because if you remember, I said we must install EndNote. So we can use RSI to export. These are citation, these are our citations profiles. So from the profile of citations, you want to see if you need all of this information here. So at this moment, you may not need this, but definitely you need the author's names. You don't need, you need the document title. You will need the year. You don't need this. This is the journal. Then the volumes, this, you can leave that. This is the digital object identifier. You can leave it for purposes of the references when they are now being filed, source and document type. But anyway, so we just click here to export. So this is now exporting. It would extend these to EndNote. So it means that all the references, these are now in your reference library. So when they are in your reference library and you are now typing, you can simply insert the reference by referring to EndNote. So, colleagues, this is where you get your most valuable literature. And maybe if we have got access to Web of Science in future, I can also bring in Web of Science. But most of the papers that you see in Scopus, they are also in the Web of Science, some of them. So you can also rely on Scopus. So how do you go further to, as you can see that these articles, some of them are not open access, but this one is open access. So what you do is, for your papers, all these, you can click download. Oh, this one needs me to add an extension. But once the extension is available, if you click download, it should be able to start downloading. But if it doesn't download, some of it will refer you to the publisher. So you go to the publisher's website and download it from there. But in the event that it's not downloadable, it means you now need to, you see, this is where the publisher is. You can see this is an article for 2021. So for articles for 2021, I think we can easily access them, even if they are not, available. You can see here it says purchase. Yeah. So this is usually what confuses a lot of people, because they are not able to purchase these articles. So there are some articles that you can scramble through. Like, for instance, this one, we will try to get the this is the digital object identifier. This whole thing, it means that this is a unique code for this paper. So if you use SCI Hub, scihub.se, you can be able to get this if it is now available. So you paste the object identifier here. So you start from the 10. So there we are, we have the paper. But not all are now available on this, because these are social organizations that support this, that supports researchers maybe that are not, but for some papers, they are not yet available, especially if they are very current papers, they will not be available on SCI Hub. So you might need to find colleagues who are in universities that have subscribed for those journals, especially our colleagues in South Africa. If you've got colleagues from universities in South Africa, some of them will be able to assist you to download the journal from their website. So there we have our paper. Then you can save the paper to any of your, and you are done. Then you can read the paper and work on whatever you are going to work on. So was this available, colleagues? The SCI Hub download? Hello? Hello?
Hello, Doc.
What's the question, Doc? No, I'm saying, were you able to see this, or it was a different page? SCI Hub download.
Yeah, I managed to see.
Ah, okay, thank you. So that's fine. So I will need to go back to, so I was using the same page, right? Right. Now, where is my, right. So I'm now back to, but as I said, as long as this is highlighted, you can download your papers. But unfortunately, I don't have an extension here. It means I will have to. Yeah, there are a little bit of things that I need to do. To use to do the downloads. So as you can see, it says you need to add extensions and all that. So bear with me on that one. Right. So once we have this literature, it means we are able to do the exercise that we were given by Dr. Jarawaza. And using this is the EndNote 20. Can you see? Or I have to change the page that I'm sharing. Is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
No, I think I'm sharing something different now. Right, this is what I was trying to share now. So when you are typing, this is a basic thing, but as much as it looks so basic, it is very important. When we say according to, Right. You want to say maybe Jaravaza. Jaravaza 2023, something like that. You don't need to type all this because all your information is now in your library, EndNote library. So when you say according to, then it means you are going to click there. So your EndNote. So this is your EndNote. I think mine, I did not update mine, so it will give me a little bit of problems. Right? So right. So it will then bring out this, and then you will have to choose. Unfortunately, mine is not bringing anything out. Let me see if it's going to bring this one. But right. So here are my references. So I want you to see it is cited there. And then automatically you will see at the end there is already the references. So it has already given me the reference. Because my references have got abstracts, I did that for a purpose because I would need to review each time I look at these things, I want to check. So when you are now just compiling your abstracts, just remove this, and then you already have your citation, your reference. So you don't need to do anything each time you are what? Of course, at the end of the day, you would need to work on this to put it in an actual format that is required by the journal. But it will have cited too for you. Then you also want to say maybe another author, right? Maybe it's this one now. Then you see, then you type whatever I want to type based on what these authors did. If you go right at the end, you find that it is already given what? The reference. So this will remove the burden from you to miss out on reference or to do some extra work to try and follow because your reference is already there. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, this is the part that I wanted you to have a look at. One, where are we going to get our and in this case, Dr. Jaravaza, are you still in? Dr. Jaravaza? Right. Usually, when it comes to literature, especially on empirical reviews, we expect the current literature, maybe some will say 5 years, but on theories, maybe existing on theories that are already there. For example, agents theory, we always expect it to reference at some point people like Jensen and Macklin. We don't expect you not to reference those ones because they are the owners of the agents theory. It's very old, and those people like Bell and Means, they are very old authors. So we expect you to reference them. But when it comes to studies that you are using, we are expecting you to use studies that are very current. Dr. Jaravaza, I wanted you to comment on, is he available? Maybe he's muted.
Yeah, he's still available, but he's on mute.
Yeah, because I wanted him to comment on the in fact, if he doesn't respond, I will ask him to tell you how many years of how old the literature he wants for this exercise. But if it was me, I was going to say at most 5 years. At most 5 years, to encourage you to look at the current literature. So if it means that we are in 2023, so that's 23, 22, 20, 20, 19. So from around 2018 to current. And I've already given you where you are supposed to source for your literature. Let us use the Scopus database. And the Scopus database access is what I have explained, how you access the Scopus database. I'm going to just reshare again slightly the Scopus database. So this is the Scopus database. Is there anyone who has got a topic that they want us to look at slightly for the constructs? So for this guy who gave us this topic already, he has got something to do, isn't it? Because we already did the task for them. I hope they are not going to do that one. Right. Who has got a question, some constructs that you think we can do? Colleagues, this is very important because the quality of our literature matters. Okay. It seems there are people who are... Yes, yes, proceed. Who is talking?
Martin.
Right, okay, the password I will share. I'm responding to people in the message board. The password I will share in the group. Because right now, just try to follow the instructions. So when you click here, this little thing here, you can see the, am I sharing?
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are sharing.
Oh,
yes.
okay. All right.
We are seeing what you are doing.
All right. So, all right. Okay, I wanted to mark here. So you can see this small kahati here is what you click when you are logging in to get to that password. And then after that, you get to this point here where you now need to share the to insert your construct, or you can what you call the keyword. So who has got somebody has some constructs that they want us to do a small practice?
Yes, Doc.
Yes, say your name, sir, and then
Tobias Moyo.
Tobias Moyo, yes. What are your constructs?
Maybe I start by giving out my topic.
Okay.
Impact of mobile payment systems on consumer trust and adoption. Comparative analysis of different platforms.
Mobile payment systems.
Consumer trust.
Consumer trust.
I don't know about adoption.
Right, so let's use these two.
Okay.
Right. Let's see what Scopus gives us. Scopus is giving us one document. The use of mobile payment systems in COVID-19, in post-COVID-19 economic recovery, primary research on an emerging market for experience goods. But what you are looking at is trust, isn't it? Consumer trust.
Yeah. Consumer trust, yes.
Right. So what you do is, if you see a paper like this, sometimes you simply come here to the abstract and try to check if you can get some keywords for this particular research. So you can view it from the from the point of the publisher, right? So this is a journal on sustainability. So we want to see what are, right? So we have mobile payments, domestic tourism. So which means that this paper may not be relevant to what you want to do. So what it means is probably that your constructs, there might be need to modify these constructs. You might need to read on that topic first, mobile payment systems. And what was can you come again on the topic?
Impact of mobile payment systems on consumer trust and adoption.
Right. Okay, maybe let's remove this one and then use mobile payments. Right, I think I've managed to mute the person. Who is this one? I can't see the person. I can't see this one.
Anonzi Makurangei material.
Right. So you see that there we have improved the number of documents to 2. In multiple decision criteria. So we need to keep modifying. What is the other term for mobile payments? There should be another term for mobile payments, isn't it?
It's m-commerce.
It's what? E-commerce.
M-commerce. M-commerce.
M-commerce.
Yes.
Electronic.
Right.
Payment.
Consumer behaviors in conventional commerce marketing based. Is it different from e-commerce?
Let's try e-commerce, Doc.
Right. You see what is happening now? And
yes,
this is quite interesting. Can you see this one? It says sustaining consumer e-commerce adoption in sub-Saharan Africa. Do trust and payment methods better? And it looks like it's relevant to your topic, isn't it?
True, Doc.
So this is part of research. These are skills that people need. You just keep modifying and getting to search for the documents because you want literature to support your research. With no literature, there is no research. This is why Dr. Jarawaza was saying that you need to support your what? Your position. You need to support it because if you cannot support your position, then you have got no subject. Right. So e-commerce engagement, a prerequisite for economic sustainability and imperial examination of influencing factors. Trust me if you can. A study on factors that influence consumer purchase intention triggered by chatbots based on brain image evidence and self-reported assessments. Online recommendation system factors affecting use in e-commerce. I think the factors affecting use, you find the issue of trust in there. Yes. So if you read this now, you will then be able to, one, you are looking at the topics. These are the current topics. You can see these papers. Those who say literature is not available, current literature. Can you see 2022, 2022? And we have not even organized by current. Let's look at the newest, right? You will see that we have got that, all those 2022, 2022, 21, 21, 21, right? So you should be able to get papers, and these papers also, you also get to understand how the topics are crafted, right? I think we can do the last one here, and then we move to the next. Someone who is with us here wants to share their topic. Yes.
Hello, Doc. My name is Fatsai Machona.
Yes.
My topic is assessing the importance of child play centers at community development project sites. So the constructs here are child play centers, community development, and project sites, or just projects.
Right. It says no documents found. So let's remove projects.
Yes.
Right. Global learning from the periphery in anthropographic study of in my
something.
Can you mute your microphone?
I'm now, I don't even know where to go now because I'm okay. I'm doing a lot of things at the same time. Right. So let's look at the, hello, are you still there?
Yeah, Doc, I'm still there.
These child play centers, don't they have another name?
Oh, maybe I'll have to look for other names for the child play centers.
Yeah, maybe they have got another name. I don't know, but let's look at this this paper. Why it has been picked.
What
Doc,
about
you could try,
learning centers instead of play centers?
Like what?
Learning centers instead of play centers.
You could also try child-friendly spaces.
Okay. You see? It's quite interesting how this thing behaves. It's giving us more papers, but we don't know why it has brought those. Community-driven learning activities, creating futures. So perhaps we need to look at the constructs and see. Can you come again on the topic, madam?
The topic reads, assessing the importance of child play centers at community development project sites.
Okay, so child learning centers. I'm sure this is the problem here.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, this must be the problem. There's another suggested term. What was it, by the way? Besides learning center?
Friendly.
Friendly.
Center.
Call them child-friendly spaces.
How?
Friendly spaces.
Right. I think what we need to do is to refine the constructs. You have very wonderful construct because we know that there is child-friendly spaces, but most probably there is a term that is being used by researchers. So we need to keep on searching. It should go back to the point where you think about what exactly you want to do. For instance, if you are dealing with children, what is it that you want to look at? Because probably there is other things within the play centers and the projects that you're talking about that is being discussed. So maybe this one needs a bit of refinement. We can do more. I think as we continue working together, we can keep refining this. Then in this classroom, I have some people and they also want to share their topic. Right. Who is sharing? Yes, come. Run. Right, so what's your construct? What's your topic?
It's the impact of logistics management practices on supply chain performance.
Logistics
management practices.
Yes.
Supply chain performance.
Dr. Famba.
Yes.
So you see what is of importance there are the constructs. We want these students to know that a construct is easily connected with the previous researches than a topic.
Yes, correct. So you see, based on his construct, this one, we find 45 documents from the first search. So, which means that the constructs can give us something. In this case, we were using time period, but let's use relevance. So you can see if we read these topics, you might pick out that there's a lot of relevance to what he's trying to do. Implications of green logistics management on sustainable business and supply chain performance. Evidence from a survey in the agri-food sector. Effect of competitive strategy and green supply chain management on financial and environmental performance of logistics service providers. You see, it's very relevant. So already this student has got somewhere to start. He has got 45 documents to look at. But when you look at these 45 documents, you probably need to refine. So you don't need to go and download all the papers at once. This is why we have got the abstracts. Now you review the abstracts and see if it is the paper that you think is closely relevant to you. So you review the abstracts, take your time, take 1 day to review the abstracts and pick the paper that you think is the best or the 5 top papers. And you take another week reading those 5 papers. But for purpose of this assignment, it means you now have to work an extra time to make sure that if you pick 5 papers, you must read them all in less than a week and understand them and write the assignment. I think, Doc, for today, I think I'm done. I will give it back to you so that you finish up. I think they can do your assignment with what we've just given them.
Thank you very much, Dr. Famba. Probably what we wanted to emphasize is, can students use markup on the articles that they are going to be writing, the introduction, so that we can see who wrote what? I hope people understand what we mean when we say use markup.
Just to give them a brief doc, open your document and so that they see, because don't 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 take the things for granted.
Okay, thank you. Just quickly, let me open.
And don't forget, Doc, we've got undergraduate students. One was looking at me.
Oh,
Yes. Yes.
okay. No, that's fine. We are catching them young. I just want to share screen. You in your groups, you are going to have a Word document. So I'm sharing screen here on an article that we are working on, but I just want you to see what we do when you are right. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, Doc.
Okay, so on using Word, Microsoft Word, you click review up here. You see this review, click that. Right. Then under review, there's this one written track changes. So you are clicking track changes so that when you type on an article like what I've done here, it actually reports. You see, now it's writing Jaravaza, 15 July 2023, 4:50 p.m. inserted HDDDD. So if you write your part, you give it to the next. When the student adds some information, it reports that this was John who did that, and then Thomas, and then this. So if we are the 10 of us, we know who wrote which sentence, which paragraph. What is it that you did on the article? So next week we want to be focusing on an introduction which has been written by 10 people. It means we will be able to tell who did what. So you just use Microsoft Word, click review, track changes, then you start working on the document. Everything that you are typing, you are drawing, deleting, it will be captured. And if we put a cursor on what has been written, it reports who typed that. Just that. Thank you, Doc.
Right, thank you very much. And you know what? Everyone is laughing here because I'm sure nobody knew what you were talking about.
Oh,
yes. So don't take things for granted.
No, I think this is going to be an interesting workshop.
Right, there's Mr. Garvey there.
Yes, Doc, thank you. I wanted to say, you know, some of us, we use borrowed computers, which are not under our names. It's under someone's name. Some have got no names. With the track change system, whose intention is to show who contributed what. I don't know how we can work on that one.
No, it's fine. Don't worry. We will be able to pick it in any way because others will have theirs written and some won't have theirs written. So I think it's fine. Okay. Yes, don't worry about that. Yes. And you, Mr. Gar, you definitely know what you wrote.
Yes.
Yes, the color will be showing that you have got blue. The other one has got green, yellow, red, and all that.
Sure. Then I wanted also to ask Doc.
Yes.
You know, so some of us, like here, I've been in and out because I was working. So if we are going to share the recording, or how we can access the today's lecture.
Yes, I've already indicated that we are recording. We are actually recording as I speak. It's a recording. So we will share the lectures, but we want the proper platform. So we will cut the videos. They won't be 100%, but we'll cut the most important parts And then we'll post them on YouTube, on our YouTube channel. And besides the YouTube channel, we'll also try to share the PPTs to individuals in the group.
Okay, and to individuals, say, do we indicate by email? How do we?
Have you not submitted your registration form yet?
I've already submitted.
So we will try to share it via that email, but
Okay.
we will also share in the group. And
All
I
right.
also must say that I think people are not reading my messages in the group. It's very important to read those messages that I post. And look, sometimes I post at 9 p.m. I must be resting, but it means I'm concerned about something. So people should just take time to read those instructions. We have said that we are recording all these and we'll share them via the YouTube channel or via the Google Meet and all that.
Okay, thanks for my talk.
Thank you. There is someone who was saying something about in the chat room.
Yes, Dr. Famba, I wanted if you can take us through how to download. I'm failing to do that.
To download what?
EndNote 20.
EndNote 20.
Yes, EndNote. Yes.
Oh, all right. You want to okay. So when you are downloading EndNote 20, let me share. Let me share the link. Let me share my screen. Yeah, it's getting a bit cold here in Harare. So, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Right, because, okay, I'll delete this part, but because we are a little bit poor, we cannot afford everything. So we have a way to find some of the things. So we go to get into PC. Get into PC, right? So get into PC has got quite a number of softwares. So we search for the software that we want. Right. Izvo zvandiri kutaura kana mune vafana vadoko vanokuitirai. Vafana vedu vechidoko ava vakatingwarirei chaizvo pazvinhu zveIT izvi. Vanokubatsirai, but dzidzai kuzviita moga. Learn to do it on your own. This is very important. Let us learn to do these things. I'm just remembering that we've got international students. So sorry about me mixing the languages there. Right, so you download this. So it's downloading, as you can see. So when it downloads, there's a video that you can also watch on how to do the installation. Where is that video?
The video is just above the button
Yes,
for downloading.
Yes, it's just above, right? So
Yeah.
you download that, you watch the video on how to install, and then you are done. You have your EndNote 20. Any question?
So when it finishes downloading, it installs on its own, or I need to do something else?
It downloads, then you must install now. So the installation process, for the installation process, watch the video above.
Okay.
Yes, it's take your time, watch the video. It's not difficult. Just take your time to watch the video.
All right, thank you, Doc.
Welcome. Dr. Jaravas, are you still in? Hello, Doc. Right, colleagues, I think you have been given a task. So I'm not sure if, yeah, there is someone raising a hand, Mukusa.
Mukusa, okay. Hello, Doc.
Yes.
Okay, I apologize, Doc. I experienced some network glitches here a few minutes ago. How do you propose we form our groups? I'm sorry, I take you back.
Yeah, we were hoping that in the we'll do the exercise in the WhatsApp group. I'll open the WhatsApp group. I'll open the WhatsApp group a little bit later. And I don't know, but I would have wanted Dr. Jaravasa to respond to this one because he is a fan of disciplinary research. I think you've seen that his research is also tied to a little bit of medicine.
Okay.
So that's multidisciplinary. There was someone who was proposing that we group people by their area of research, but we are even suggesting that groundbreaking research is now multidisciplinary.
Okay.
So we might actually need to mix because natural scientists can also benefit from social scientists and vice versa.
Okay. Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Okay.
Right. Any other question? My father, Dr. Dokora, is still in.
Hello. Yes.
Yes, I am now heading over to you. I think today we are done.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And I think that we still have quite a number in the house, considering that it has been a long day. And therefore, important, I think, for us to thank those who have remained and followed the presentation today. Excellent presentation by both Jaravasa and the last presenter, Dr. Pamba. And I think that for a first day, an excellent response from participants, the course participants. So if we keep this momentum, I think we'll probably run this course several times before the end of the year. Because I'm sure that the impact it is having will be shared with family and friends and colleagues at work, bringing in more people interested in following the research and the joy of the journey. So thank you very much to the presenters and thank you to the course participants. And have a wonderful evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Doc.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you, Doc.